Welcome to the rabbit hole, where we go deep, deep into the rabbit hole. We're like-minded me. Welcome to the rabbit hole, the truth we see. There's lizard people everywhere, the conspiracies peak.
Welcome to the rabbit hole, where we go deep, uninvited from the rabbit hole. The weak-minded sheep for the open-minded people, not the little but the weak. To the rabbit hole. You sure you wanna be?
We have before us the opportunity to forge a new world order.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth Society.
And for future generations.
Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth Society. We don't have time for
a new world order.
Treasure Island.
They never come back. And boy,
Yes, guys, how you doing? How are you? We are back, baby. We are back. It's great to see you. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the absence. It's been a struggle. January has been a struggle, but it's been 4 weeks off. But we are back. Big up to all the ramblers out there. We missed you. We've missed you. I'm back here, of course, with my two favourite people. I can't say that because I'm John, Conspiracy John. John. I like all of you guys. We're back with two of the best. Two of the best. There's others out there that we miss as well. They're not here right now, but maybe they're coming in. We're also going to be bringing someone else in a little while on the show. Adam, I've just seen you've messaged me, mate. I have to go and figure out how to do it because I don't know how to find my hidden messages or whatever on Twitter desktop. But I will do that in a little while, buddy. Guys, you know what to do. You know what to do. Smash the like button. Smash the subscribe. I missed that intro song. I missed it. Notifications should be squeezed. Comments should be dropped. Let's find out how Eugene is. Eugene, my man Eugene. How are you, buddy? Good to see you, mate.
Hey, good to be on. I missed the intro. I missed you guys. Missed the chat. Let's get going. I need my fix. It's been a while. I've been itching.
Mate, I've got I've already maxed out the maximum amount of videos. I don't know how many of these are like. Some of them we're just going to go, you know what, not good enough, not good enough. No need to talk. Let's just move on. I've got so many videos. I've got about 100 other videos waiting to get uploaded when there's space in StreamYard. So if they're no good and there's no need in talking about it, we'll get straight into the next one. Nikos, how are you, buddy? It's good to see you, mate. You look well.
Good. Thank you very much, actually. Just Happy New Year to everybody. I think since we last did a show, it's actually been a new year, so I wasn't sure what would come first, the next Christmas or the next show, but I'm glad we're here. We've got lots of stuff to talk about. I'm sure there's more than 100 conspiracies that have conspired since we last rambled, so let's get right into it.
By the way,
I love the intro.
It's so funny. I was chatting with Nikos offline. Like, the stock market here is just like, it's burning. Like, everything is in red. Everybody's losing their minds. And Nikos is smiling. He's like watching the world burn. He's like, it's just so funny. I'm panicking. I haven't slept. I'm annoyed. And Nikos is just, he's a happy
Don't
camper.
panic, mate. Don't panic. It's always.
Don't panic. That's what they want you to do. They want you to panic and force you into selling stuff. Don't do it. Just sit and smile.
That's
they're
why I'm
going
here.
to do all that. It's going to collapse 10%, and then Donald Trump's going to wait until his son has just put $1.5 billion on some leverage trade on an uptick, and then he's going to come out and say like we're going to war with someone else, and it's going to be fantastic for oil, and it's going to be fantastic for tech, and then they're all going to go, and then guess what? The Trumps get even wealthier, as do his. It's the corruption isn't even. At least under previous governments, right? At least they tried to hide the corruption. At least they did a little bit to try to make it like, you can spot it if you're looking hard, and if you ask the wrong questions, we'll put a bullet in your head or whatever. But At least they try to disguise it. Trump is just out here going, yeah, no, look, you want honesty? I'll give you honesty. I'm here I'm making my family billions in wealth. You know, let's be honest. Can we start in the area that we shouldn't be starting on? Right? Probably. I don't want to go back, but the fact that Jared Kushner's, who is his son-in-law, is the chief investment party that is rebuilding 70% of Gaza. I mean, what are we doing here?
Just a coincidence. Just a coincidence.
It was a coincidence.
Stop being a conspiracy theorist, Sean. That's just the way it happened.
I have no comment.
Yeah. But no, I mean, see, the thing I respect about Trump, he's honest about it, because this has been happening forever. If you look at just like at Congress, everybody's doing insider trading. Pelosi, McConnell, all of them are making millions. Their salaries are a couple $100,000 a year, and they all have hundreds of millions. Obama, look at Obama. He has like 3 houses in Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah.
He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, where he had nothing before he joined office. Look at Biden and his paintings, or his son's paintings. So it's all crazy. It's all corruption.
Yeah, Eugene, I know you've got yourself into like stockbroking over the last sort of 6 months to a year, or stock trading. Have you ever thought about just following the money, mate? Just go and see who is it that Hillary Clinton is, or what's her name, Nancy Pelosi is invested. But there's actually people out there that are like, they've only been congressmen for like 2 years, or congresswomen, and they're already like up 900% this year on certain stocks. Like, they ain't wasting no time to make their coin.
Actually, right. It's funny that you mentioned it. Oh,
there's tools out there. There's tools out there where you can copy portfolios. Like years ago, you wouldn't even know what they were invested in, but nowadays you actually can go online, see what their portfolio is, and just copy it. And if they're doing leverage trading, copy the leverage trading and stuff like that. Like, there was a big guy I was watching the other day. He put like a 25% short for $18 million on silver like 3 days ago. I was like, yeah, that's coming down.
How much has silver fallen today?
30% to come down. I think 35 at one point. It'll rebound, like you say. Like, I think it's back up to about 25% down on the day. But you know, someone actually like knew this was happening early on the week and put 18 million on 25% leverage, 25 times leverage. I was like, Jared Kushner probably, but you only do that if you know what's coming, don't you? You know,
a couple of days before, some congressmen sold a lot of insurance stock, the specific company, and then Trump comes out with a tweet about capping insurance premiums. It's crazy. The issue is the disclosures are late, so we find out about it maybe like a month after. The craziest thing is, have you guys looked at Kalshi at the prediction markets? The prediction markets.
The prediction markets
are insane. So, dude, there is this one account.
What's the name of the website again? What's it called?
There are a bunch of them. One is Kalshi, I think. There's one like on Robinhood, but there's this account. This guy or gal always places bets on when Israelis are going to strike.
Yeah.
100% accuracy. There was somebody put a lot of money on us striking Iran, like on nominees for the Fed. People, there's so much insider trading, not trading, but insider stuff going on. Yeah, Polymarket. It's insane.
Yeah.
I'm staying away because it's addictive.
It's wild. You go to politics. Go to the politics tab, right?
It's crazy.
U.S. strikes Iran. Well, actually, there's not $127 million of volume in the last month on when will they strike Iran by the 30th, i.e. tonight or tomorrow. This is a daily running thing that you can have it's 7% yes. So like you've got a 93% chance of it not happening. But it's just like you could just sit there and just bet all day on political outcomes. Who do you think that 127 million is coming from? People that are in the Trump cabinet, right? People in the Netanyahu cabinet.
DJ betters as well.
Last week, somebody placed 100,000 bet that the U.S. is going to strike Iran I think, by tomorrow. So we'll see what happens.
It will happen soon.
And then the Fed chair, also so much money placed on that specific guy. It's insane.
Crazy.
Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, we'll have to look for this. I did. We weren't doing this poly market stuff before. Anyway, let's kick off the first video of the day, shall we? And silver is still $135 spot in Shanghai. The problem with silver is obviously it's here's the problem with it, right? It costs the mines $30 to get it out of the ground. So when it gets above $90, you're getting 200% profit if you're an efficient mine. And obviously most of silver, for what it's worth, comes in the form of like a byproduct of other things that are being mined. So copper, for example, that sort of thing. And so all of these mines, when they see silver at like $80, $75, $80, which is insane, or above, which is what it got to, they're just like ramping up 24-hour production. And so at any point in time, these guys can just like dump the market. So whilst it's like still a potential short-term trade, you have to remember that it's not a static amount of supply, and that the higher the price goes, the more the volume of production goes up as well, because people can just flood the market with supply. So it won't last there for a long time, forever.
What a lot of people don't realize is like when you look at the spot price on silver, for example, if you go onto Kitco and look at the silver price, you're looking at a price that incorporates both the paper contracts and the physical demand contracts. And at the moment, I think last time I checked, it was like there's 800 paper contracts for every one physical ounce in circulation. So like the price can do violent swings like it did today, because it's basically heavily manipulated on paper contracts. And the banks, what they're doing is they're just basically forcing the price back down so that they can buy physical, hopefully at a lower price. But like someone said in the comments there, if you go onto the Asian markets aren't manipulated like this. They're still paying 25, 30% over spot prices we see on the screen. So the demand is there for physical commodity
for the physical, but the paper is the Chinese market is all physical, and in America it's all paper. So
exactly, that's what the problem is.
Dangerous market. I say you've got to be careful with the supply as well, because these mines just fucking flood the market when they can.
Yeah, one of the things that's always been quite like common when you trade with silver is when you buy silver contracts, there's always a 2% increase over the spot price to incorporate for delivery and storage and bank fees and stuff like that. That's broken in the last like 2 weeks. That's broken away. So now there's a call for demand for physical. So people that have these contracts are actually asking for the physical delivery of the product, rather than letting the banks entrust it with them in their storage facilities, and so that the fees have come down. So now it's actually underneath spot price for them to physically hold it, which is a big telltale sign that there's a problem.
But my advice:
be
very fucking careful. Be very fucking careful if you're trading silver. If you want to buy silver, physical silver. When I did the silver, I think someone was saying my Tottenham. Where was it? Was it Adam said it? He said, so my Tottenham 1 ounce silver bar that I was advertising over Christmas, he goes, has that gone down in value? Yes, but it has gone up in value about 80% since we did those things. But if you want to buy, obviously those things are collectibles, so you're paying well over the top anyway than the actual spot price. But just if you guys are interested in finances and you want to play around with that shit, be very fucking careful with the silver market, because there's so many variables. And like you say, Nikos, there's a massive dislocation between the physical and the supply and the paper. But there's also just the ground price of getting it out of the ground in a sophisticated mine is $30. And if it's trading at $60, $70, $80, they can just flood it. So be very careful, guys. But we're not here to talk about finance all the time. Let's get the first video on the go. I haven't named any of these. I haven't seen any of these for ages. Let's see where we're going to go with it. And let's pick this one. What should we go with this one here?
How could anyone not get a massive chill down the spine when they read Shabana Mahmood's comments the weekend that she envisages a panopticon? The structure was, the idea of a panopticon is that you could...
Bentham, right?
It's Bentham. Yeah. The idea of a self-policing prison through total surveillance as the model for Great Britain. And as part of that she envisages ramping up facial recognition up and down the country, 5 times as many facial recognition cameras up and down the country. Today, I was in the High Court challenging the Metropolitan Police's use of live facial recognition, which I think is expansive and not in accordance with the law. But this is really, it's an issue for the courts to consider, but ultimately it's an issue for Parliament.
I don't know if you heard this about panopticon. Have you heard this thing about it's an old So that Bentham or Pentham, whatever it was, is an old book, right? And it was like an old system in the 1800s of how to have total surveillance. So there was prisons that were built that basically where there would be a single solitary kind of observation deck, that because of the way the prison were built, every single prisoner could be viewed at every single moment in time. And basically what Mahmoud, the Home Secretary, said yesterday was that she actually wants to build something that basically represents that in a digital format. And so she basically thinks that the way to get crime down in the UK, the way to get is basically self-policing, i.e. no one's going to do anything bad because we monitor you and observe everything you do, whether it's digital or in real life, 100% of the time. And when you know that Keir Starmer has got backdoors into Apple, into all the Apple products, and then via that they have backdoors into your internet history, they've got backdoors into your devices, your cameras, your TVs, all these things that have got cameras in them. Essentially, if all this stuff goes through, by the end of this parliament, with digital ID and with this panopticon or whatever it's called, the UK is fucking cooked, guys. The UK is cook-a-looked. It's done. I've got to get out of here. I have to get out of this country.
Get away,
I don't know where you go. I don't know where you go to avoid it, because Europe is fucked too. Europe is completely ruined. I don't know if America's any better.
No, you are right. Nowhere's any better. But something about Europe is like you can move around and there's more space. Whereas in England, you're in a tiny little island that they control all the borders on, and you really are cooked if you want to leave. At least here, like you can get on a ferry, on a train, on a car. You can travel across borders to different countries. In mainland Europe, at least you got that option. I don't know if there's any like safe havens for Brits at the minute here with obviously the Brexit stuff. They made all the work visas really like difficult in Europe.
I'm getting my Irish passport. I finally finished all of the paperwork, and now I've just got to send it off. I paid for the cost of the passport or whatever. So it's going to take about a year. But then I sit there and go, well, all the Irish passport's going to give me access to is Europe, more so than what I can do as a British citizen. But I look at Europe and I think it's all the same. There's an invasion, a fucking invasion of a different culture that is coming in. That's all by design. They're ripping apart every and any incentive to make money. Taxes through the wazoo. If you try to make money, if you're not someone that has kids, no support there. Like your money's just going to pay for everyone else to have children. I don't want to be in this country, but I don't know any country in Europe that I really want to be in. And the countries that probably represent a little bit more of like protectionist, they don't want foreigners like me or foreigners that look different to me. They want to keep themselves to themselves, like Poland and Hungary. Those guys don't want anyone but themselves in there,
I'm here.
Mate, I'm going to vouch for Spain. At least we've got some Latinas here. At least you can have some fun on the way out.
Yeah. Crazy Latinas. There you go. Listen, we got a new guest. I haven't met him before, but he's been a regular on Spurs Talk Show and Football Inc. And all the other sort of YouTube channels. He's Adam. I call him Adam Score Drawlock. I know he's had a bad day today. Big up to you, Adam. How you doing, mate? Welcome to the channel.
I'm good, thanks. How you doing?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. We've heard you've had a bad day. You tried to sell a house. No, you tried to get people out of a house, and they fucked off. Oh, they haven't fucked off.
Mate, it's a bit of a shit show situation at the moment. But yeah, it'll work its way out. It always does. Everything works its way out, doesn't it?
So what you were in Scotland, and you were going to drive down to London to get these people out of? Is it your house?
I live in Glasgow. Yeah, I live in Glasgow now, and I sort of moved up here and rented it out, and one of the guys was a friend of mine, and it's a bit of a long story, but yeah, and it's just there's been a bit of a carry on, and I want to get out of the situation. I want to just completely settle in Scotland now, and I think someone's seen a situation where they can take the piss, and they're just doing that. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
It's costing me money hand over fist, as it's it's just
They're not carrying on paying their rent either. They're just going to say no, fuck it, we're staying.
No, I found that out today as well. So yeah, it's mate, it's a load of things, and it's just I just want out, mate. I just want out. I love my life up here in Scotland now, and it's great, and I just want to move on with my life. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, yeah.
Got some real football teams there as well. Adam Horlock was actually one of the first people on the Monetised show to donate, Sean. I hope you said thank you.
I'm sure I did. Was it? See, Nikos keeps a record of it. He's got a ledger. He's got an actual ledger for his crypto investments, and he's got a ledger of all of the people that have ever donated.
I think I can probably tell you what he donated. I think he donated a $5 if memory serves me right. But yeah, he was one of the
$4.99.
Yeah. Nikos, did you do background check on me too? I'm sure, like in the background.
He wasn't good. I'm not like say it on the stream, mate. You might get demonetized.
Yeah, man.
Look how prepared I am for this, Sean. Look how prepared I am.
You got some magnums. Oh, mate. You know what? I'm fucking tempted then. If we're going to go...
I didn't even know what these were until I moved to Scotland.
Are they big in Scotland, are they?
Mate, and these things, look.
What are they?
Buzzballs.
Oh, I've seen them. I've never drunk them. Are they any good?
Mate, they in Scotland, they love a drink like Buckfast. They love a drink that will just smash you quick. They love that.
I like that about the Scottish, to be honest. I like that about the Scottish. All right, fuck it. If we're doing it, then I'm going to order a few magnums. That's what we're doing now. Yeah. That is what we're doing. There you go. Look.
But they have a rule up here. If you open one of these, you do it in one mouthful.
In one mouthful, okay.
Mate, right, they do a quarter bottle of Bucky in one mouthful, mate. Just bang, straight back.
Never had Buckfast. Never had it.
Oh, all right, it tastes like cough mixture.
All right, guys, we're going deep in the rabbit hole this evening. And how many beers have you got, Eugene?
Hey, it's noon here, so
that doesn't bother me at all, mate. You must have seen my content. I'm happy. Sometimes I'm sitting there going, I'm waiting for 12 o'clock. I'm waiting because 11:58. It's a little bit weird to be drinking in the AM, but at 12 p.m. it's a P in the M. You know, we're okay.
I'm too old for that, mate.
It's 8 p.m. somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, fuck it. We're doing it. I didn't think we were going to do it tonight, but we're doing it, people. You know, people go, Sean, what's going on with your health? Why are you unwell all the time? Basically rubber arm butler. Oh, stop.
It sounds like Scotland might be a good shout for you, Sean. No, by the sounds of it, the alcohol up there might be a good shout for you.
What, are the girls up there? Are they okay?
Not so much.
Not so much.
You need the Latinas, really, to be honest. And the beers are a euro here, but I'm just saying Scotland's a good shout too.
Maybe I'll go via. Maybe I'll come to Spain via Scotland. You know?
Speaking of Europe, there's only one man who can save England and Europe, and you all know who that is. Who that one man is? My guy, Elon Musk.
Yeah,
of course. He is speaks for the people. But you guys are finished.
He does, mate. I think Elon Musk is the biggest bait and switch ever. He's got everybody wrapped around his short and curlies, and he is, I think, the most dangerous man alive.
Oh my God!
I agree.
What happened to you?
No, listen, I respect him. I rate him. He's obviously intelligent. He's fun. He's like that. You know, he's kind of at least a little bit. He's neurotic and a little bit weird on the spectrum, but he's also relatable. And you can more so than most billionaires that are just weirdo. But the fact that he's, 15 years ago, AI. There's a chance that AI is going to kill us all, and yet he's one of the leading proponents of AI. He said the biggest threat is digital hacking. And yet he's the guy that's fucking putting digital nodes into people's heads. It starts off with, we'll turn a blind mice to see again, right? And then it starts off that way. Pretty soon he goes, right, listen, we're good people, right? We're good people. Look, we made 50 people that were paraplegic walk again. We made 1,000 people that were blind see again. We made deaf people be able to hear again. Guess what we can do for you guys that don't need that? We can make you superhuman. We can make you understand a book, download a book in like 30 seconds. You go, okay, sign me up. I want to be superhuman. And all of a sudden you've got a virus. You've got malware in your fucking brain. You are done skis.
Slander.
You're done out here, Eugene. And that's what
I will not have that. I will not have you slander Elon Musk.
Did you not learn anything from Austin Powers? Billionaires with rockets are evil.
Yeah, but you know what? If he wouldn't have bought X, like here in the States,
he didn't buy it.
We'd have the same issue as you guys have in UK. Would be screwed. So that's a big win. That was a big win.
For me, I've always said with him, because he's South African, and obviously the connections he's got to the tech cartel. I've always said, like, how would the American government let a guy like that get so powerful, so rich? where they've killed people for fractions of the same thing, unless there's something he's doing that is in their interest of controlling people.
He's smart. He knows his stuff. And
Let's
the
also not
AI.
forget about his
Look,
dad, eh? Should we talk about his dad for a minute?
Yeah, didn't he marry his sister or something?
No, he married the daughter of his wife.
That's right, that's it.
And
he did?
So his second wife or something had a daughter from a previous marriage, and she was like 3 years old or whatever when they moved in together, and then he's got a child with his stepdaughter. It's all sorts of fucked up, mate. He grew up with a girl and he ends up shagging her. This is Elon Musk's dad. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Nothing to do with his contribution to society.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like his dad's a weirdo.
Oh yeah. But we're all weird. So
we are all weird. Yeah,
we're all that weird. We're not that weird. We're not all like that. I'm not anyway. Just for the record.
I only like weirdos.
There's definitely something up with him, mate. Like I've been saying it since the first show. I don't trust him. He's a shit salesman. I've been saying it since the very first show, so I'm sticking with it. Yeah.
You might be right, mate. You might be right. You might be like Stelios. You're right about everything, apparently.
No, I'm not right about everything. Just nearly everything.
Exactly. Let's roll the dice, shall we? Let's spin the next one. Let's see where we're going with this. Could go anywhere. We could go absolutely anywhere. What are we doing? Let's pick
There's no entry or exit wound. How they're designed is to make the target feel like they're crazy, like they're imagining things, especially on the low duration, the low intensity, long duration hits.
Are either of you aware of any individuals who have AHI symptoms have passed away from their ailments?
I do. I do.
Have any of you three panelists ever seen one of these weapons?
I have seen a 1991 version of the weapon, and it looks like a satellite dish with a unit this size attached to it. And of course, over the years, miniaturization has been possible. Obviously, there's a limitation to how miniaturized it can be because of the antenna size, which is always related to the wave. But still, it is something that can be well contained in the trunk of a car or even a large backpack.
Directed energy weapons that now can be tailored to the individual, that can leave no entry wound, no exit wound, and that can kill you by cooking your insides. It's like someone putting a cat in the microwave, mate.
This is actually a Tesla weapon. Originally, Nikola Tesla designed this.
Nikola Tesla or this guy's mate?
No, the real Tesla, Nicholas Tesla. He actually designed this gun, and the government took the blueprints off him in the 1950s. It's the ray gun. But yeah, they can basically give you a heart attack by just pointing this gun at you. And they've been doing assassinations allegedly with this weapon for the last 40 years. That guy there in that video said 1991.
Rob Brown's got a very serious question for an unserious show. He says, Nikos, do you have any insight on sourcing affordable rural land in Spain?
What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Spain is most of the coastal towns are actually like very expensive and very occupied. But as soon as you start going inland, like there's towns that are like have got populations of like 100 people, 50 people. There's some towns actually that, like the further you go south down towards sort of Malaga and inland from Valencia, where you can buy properties in an inhabited town of like nobody for like £1, like €1. Like you can actually buy them, but you've got to sign a contract to help develop the town and stuff like that. So if you was in the interest of like getting involved with rural land in like Spain, look for towns that have got very low population numbers. There was some in Italy as well. They was doing as well, where they was actually paying you to come and live in the towns because their population has declined so much. So look for towns that are very lowly populated.
Only purebloods live in Nikos, not people like me that. By the way, Adam, you I don't know how many of these shows. I think you've watched a lot of the shows, but you must know that Nikos has told me on several occasions that I am either going to die from the jab or my soul has been killed. I am dead inside. I have no soul unless I was lucky enough. He did put a caveat on it. Unless I was lucky enough to get a bit of the saline solution when I took my jab. Adam, did you take your jab?
No, I never did. But I thought you said you were told years ago, Sean, by someone, a woman, wasn't it a witch doctor or some shit? You said
What that
When he did South
I was
Africa.
fucked.
that you had something following you or something like that.
Oh yeah, no. I've had two terrible situations happen to me. I went to Australia to see my best mate, in like 2020 or 2019, I think it was. And when we were there, he said, "Oh, let's go up to the mountains in Victoria." I said, "What are we doing up there?" He said, "Oh, we're going to go and see his old mate, who I remember from the years earlier, called a guy called Cobbers, and he'd become more spiritual. He'd had something happen to him where all of a sudden he could predict, and this is not God's honest truth. He became like prescient, and he could predict horse racing events, right? And he had like, I know, Nicholas, I know I know you're laughing.
I'm not laughing.
He was a, not you, Nicholas, Eugene. He was a broke ass bitch when I knew him. All of a sudden, he's worth a fucking fortune. And I turned around to my mate Andy, the guy I went to say, I was like, "Is this real?" He went, "Mate, he's made a fucking fortune." I was like, "What? Like, how?" And he goes, he just gets this like instinct, like he'll spot something on the way to or he's doing something, he'll see something or think something, and then suddenly there'll be like a chain of events, like he'll see a word on a car plate, on a registration plate, and the next thing he looks up and he sees something else, and he just gets it in his head that these things are all aligned, and then he'll see there's a horse race on TV, and there'll be a name of a horse that is spot on with the relevance of all these little things that he picked up on, and he'll go and put $100 on it, and it comes in at 8-1. And he said he kept doing it. It didn't work 100% of the time, but it worked to a ridiculous frequency, and he made a fortune. And so he went and bought this place in the mountains, this like ranchy area, and he fell in love with this girl, this woman, who was basically twice his age, and she was a spiritualist. She was like a shaman type of person. Anyway, long story short, I went there, and I went there to meet him, and we like, just sort of chilled out for the evening. And they said that they had to burn sage in the room that I slept in because they could feel the spirits that were following me. And I was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake," like, "Oh, well, fuck off, go away." And they also said that I had a hole in my aura, whatever the fuck that means, right? Like they see a light above people, and I apparently had a black hole in mine. So that put me in a really bad mood. And then it also brought me back to the time when my mum was got divorced from my dad, and she went to see a psychic. And I found the recorded tape from it like 5 years later. And in the tape, the psychic had like said, "Oh, you've got 2 kids, blah, 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 blah." And she said, "You're really worried about your eldest son," which is my brother. She said, "You shouldn't be worried about him. He'll be absolutely fine. He's going to get married, have kids, and she was so specific. She said, he's going to go to, he's going to meet an African girl in London and then end up living in Asia." And my mum was like, "I don't think my brother would ever marry a black woman. I don't think that was probably not his sort of style. I don't think that would happen, right? Not because he's racist, just whatever." And and the woman said, "No, I didn't say that. I said African woman." In the end, my brother got married to a woman from South Africa, and they live in Singapore. So I heard all this after the fact, right, years later. And then I heard the next bitch go, "So yeah, so you shouldn't be worried about your eldest son, but your youngest son, who you have obscene confidence in, you think he's going to be absolutely fine. You should be more concerned about him. He's on a really weird, and he's on a path that doesn't end well." And I was just like, I heard this, and I'm like, "Mate, I've got a hole in my aura. I've got fucking people burning sage to get rid of spirits that I'm dragging around the world with me.
A shadow in your bedroom.
Shadow in my fucking bedroom." Listen, all I can say is that, jump on board, spirits. Tonight we're drinking Magnums. We are drinking some Maggies,
Do you know what? That's so weird you say that when my mum and dad divorced, my dad got with this lady, and she was very spiritual, and she made some predictions on me, but she was very into like she was part of something. She was definitely part of something. And she used to take my dad to all these different places, and it was sort of like Native American sort of different things where they would do like tell people stuff. It was very strange, but she sat there with me, and I'll never forget it. And she said to me that you've got a child, and I was like, what? And she was like, I was like, and this was like a long time ago, and I was like, no, I haven't got a child. She said, you're with child, like you've got a child, and it turns out there was a girl that I had been with that was pregnant.
Wow.
And I didn't know about it. I ended up getting full custody of my son, and I've brought him up his whole life, and just.
Wow. So you found out before you knew. Mate, I swear these psychic. I know Eugene just rolls his eyes like any of this shit.
Hey, I believe in psychics.
Eugene believes in aliens.
No,
he
no,
believes in he believes in the weirdest things.
No.
Flat Earth doesn't believe in that 100%. He believes Elon Musk is a good guy, believes in aliens, believes in reptilians, believes in greys.
I know.
Someone that has the ability to tap into some other source of information. Eugene, I can see your eyes going.
No.
Come on, brother.
No, psychics are the first. It's the first reason why I became interested in paranormal. I'm all in.
Oh, you
I've
are?
met psychics. Oh yeah. Except most of them, they're scam artists.
Sure.
That's why I roll my eyes. But I do believe there are people. And by the way, the story about the horse racing guy, it's proof that we live in the matrix. Like all those signs, all that stuff. Not a matrix, but a simulation of some sorts where people do pick up on these signals. But yeah, no, I'm all in on psychics for sure.
He literally did it in front of me, right? He goes, we're driving from, so we're staying. He literally was a broke ass bitch when I knew him, and a few years later, he owns a proper like ranch in the mountains in Victoria, all paid by cash, right? Because of this thing that he did. I don't know. I haven't spoken to these guys for ages, so I don't know if they're still up to it. But we got in the car and we were talking about, I forget what the instance was, and he literally went through the process with me, and he said, "Oh, see, look," and he pointed to that thing there, and he goes, "See that? I told you about that. Bang, watch it there." And he goes, "All you got to do is like anyone can do it. It's just opening up your consciousness to spot things."
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes, and then as soon as you, and then essentially you're this little gift that he thought he had, but I think he lost his mind with it. I think he started to think that he was like a superhero, or like he was something like he was tapped into the God complex. I think he got a little bit narcissistic with it, messianic or whatever with it. But we went to a fucking like a bookmaker's or a pub with a tab, they call it in Australia.
Aye.
And he just went down the next race and goes, "There you go. That's the one we're going to do," because it had like the name was relevant to all the things. And I was like, "All right, then I'll put 50 bucks on it." He went, "No. You can't, not doing that." I was like, "Well, fuck off." And he goes, "You can have the money, whatever, but I'm not letting you bet on this thing. I don't want to sort of jeopardize it." The fucking horse came in as well. The horse came in.
That's mad.
Yeah,
See, my dad.
Real deal.
My dad's girl, the woman that he was seeing after he left my mum. I was actually dating a girl at the time, and around that time, there was I've got to be careful how I word things on it. There was someone was unalived in a local caravan they were staying in, and the guy who was unalived, his wife went to see her. She solved a freaking murder case by what she told her and what she relayed back to the police.
Yeah,
and
wow.
I'm telling you now, you couldn't make it up. You couldn't make it up. It was like, yeah, bit of a weird story, but
No, mate. I genuinely believe in these things. I don't know about the guys who put they put blindfolds on like 3. You've seen that woman? There's a black woman in America who puts on like 4 blindfolds. She's gone on one of your favorite podcasts. I think Jesse Michaels, Eugene. I know you like Jesse Michaels, don't you? I think she's been on that podcast, and they did like 4 or 5 blindfolds on, and then he had like the boxes in front of her, and she was saying, "Okay, I'm going to do this behind your head. How many fingers are I held up?" And she got it right like 100% of the time. I just don't know whether that's all a little bit.
Yeah, you know that Oz Perlman, the the mentalist.
Yeah, he's cool. He's
So
amazing.
when he was on one of the podcasts, he said a lot of these like psychics or a lot of the stuff that you're seeing, like an example with this woman, he said he can do the same thing. He said he didn't say he doesn't believe in it, but he said every psychic or everything that he's seen himself, he said he can do the same thing. It's all about picking up cues and just kind of asking the right questions. So he said he can do all that stuff himself. Doesn't
I want
mean
to see.
that
I want to
doesn't
see one of
exist.
those people go on to Deal or No Deal. Right? I want to see them go on Deal or No Deal, and I want to see them pick the 1 penny, the 5, the 10 pennies, the
all
pound.
the way to
Do it in order, right? Do it in absolute order, all the way up to the to the 100 grand or whatever it is. You know,
It would never
be like,
make the
fair enough.
TV, mate. It would never make the TV. It
No,
would
But
never
to be
make it.
fair, like psychics, like people say, why don't they play the lottery and win the lottery or stock market? But like every person there or every psychic, they have a different kind of skill set, right? It's not like they can do whatever they want. Some
Yeah.
like see certain things, right? For example, in the States, there is a university that you can go to and they can train you to be a remote seer. It's the same operations, the same people who train the CIA, the remote viewers, how
Yeah.
to like go outside your body and view stuff. You can go to that university and they can actually teach you how to do it.
I'd
And
fucking
some
do
people
that.
have done it.
I would do that.
No, for sure. And
I'd drop 10
it's
grand
cheap.
to go to university to learn me some skills that no one else
Yeah,
can
yeah.
do.
No,
Be
it's
fucking awesome.
it's crazy. So like everybody has those kind of untapped potential. We just don't know how
Right.
to use it.
I see. I was told that by that woman that was with my dad, and she said to me that you sense stuff, and I do sense stuff sometimes, and it's like how much you tap into it and how much you read into it. But I think there's I don't know. I think there's sometimes like a line between common sense and sort of like seeing the future. Like I know sometimes when I look at a situation, I think that's not going to work down the line. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you can just see it and you know where it's going to go wrong. You know, it doesn't, I don't know.
No, I hear you, mate. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. By the way, guys, there's 150 people here. I don't think we ever got to 150 people at our peak before Christmas. So the gap has done us good. New records. Big up to you all. Apparently, there's 3 million new Epstein files. What are you saying, Nikos? What are you saying on them, mate?
A lot of them are redacted. The ones I went through before, like but there's a way you can unredact them. So like a lot of the files they released before had like big black smudges, but they were all digital. And if you run your computer mouse across it and copy it and paste it into another link, to another tab, you can unredact the redacted files. So like I spent a little bit of time going through the first ones, and there's a lot of stuff that should be talked about, but I will look forward to going through them and seeing what sort of juicy information come out there. But I think it's a distraction, like John said. And speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
There he is. Hello, Mr. Teflon John. How are you, buddy?
Doing good, thanks. How are you all?
Good, mate. Good. Missed you,
John
man.
and Adam are matching. I like it.
Yeah, back in black, as AC/DC used to say.
Very cool. You got drinks tonight, John? Because I've just ordered 3 magnums to really spice up the show. You know. You got a bottle of water, haven't you? You got your water. Yeah.
Water and creatine.
If Adam turns his phone sideways, it'll make him long.
Yeah, Adam, can you turn your phone? Is that possible, or is it going to fuck up your?
8 foot tall.
There you go. There we go. Perfect. Well done.
There's too much black going down the bottom for me then.
Yeah, very nice. Now, Eugene, if we can just get you to move the camera down a little bit, then Eugene doesn't look like a 4-year-old. We were doing this in real time. 4-year-old with a beard. Big up to everyone. We've got 150 people here. Wowzers, bonkers. There's a couple of super chiddly chit chats, and then we're going to get into the next video. Ghosted London, big up to you, my man. He's putting a super sticker. I can't do the choo-choo noise. I haven't got it set up on this one, but choo-choo to you, Ghosted. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much indeed. And Rob Brown has become a new member of the show. Big up to you, Rob. Big up to you, buddy. Congratulations for joining. Oh, congratulations. That's a Trumpism, that, isn't it? When someone buys something from you, and rather than saying thank you, you say congratulations. It's a proper salesman spiel, that is. Big up to you, buddy. Thank you very much for that one.
Impersonation.
What's that, John?
Do the Trump impersonation.
I need to get a magnum inside of me first, mate.
I know what you
Just
mean.
get one then inside you and do it.
Oh, I'm waiting. It's on its way. It's being delivered. It's being delivered. I had to go and get it delivered from the local Londis. You know, we're doing this. Right, let's get ourselves a. I'm not going to do it yet. I'm nervous now about doing it. How the fuck am I nervous about doing an impression? All I do all day long is impressions and accents. Let's pick the
all
next
you've
one,
got to do is talk nonsense, and you've nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
Careful.
100%.
Careful.
I think we should
Go,
get Drusilla
my
on
president.
here to do
My
the
president.
impersonations.
Right, let's figure out where we're going with this one. This one we just did.
Prime Minister Narendra, we both know our greatest wealth are our people. That is why I'm so glad that we are signing an agreement on mobility. We will facilitate the movement of students, researchers, seasonal and highly skilled workers. And this is also why we are launching the first EU legal gateway office in India. It will be a one-stop hub to support Indian talent moving to Europe in full alignment with EU member states' needs and policies. This is good for our economies. This is good for the friendship between our people. And this openness benefits us all.
Yeah, I don't know how that's snuck in. I'm not sure that's a conspiracy, but it's certainly another direction of travel of people into the UK, into Europe. That woman, I think I put it in there not because I probably didn't even listen to the entire thing. I saw the caption, the EU death warrant, and then heard her accent. She sounds like a baddie, right? She just sounds, where are your papers? Where are your papers?
She's not very popular. She's not very popular here.
What's her name? Van Helden or something? Van Highland or something? Van Helga.
Van Helden, he was a DJ.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Van Helden.
All right, fuck it. Let's move on. Let's move on. Next one then. Screw it. That was shit. Let's go on next one. What's this?
It is a known fact that all the presidents that have, reigned in the United States have all been related. It's fascinating that the Bible doesn't speak about the presidents of the world. It speaks about the kings of the world. And it really, over the course of history, hasn't mattered which of the candidates has won, because the candidates have always both been in the same bloodlines. Now, that's a fascinating story, because Charlemagne is, of course, the one who was crowned emperor of the Roman Empire, the new Roman Empire, and the Pope was crowning him whilst his kingdom was falling apart. So he's a symbol of this unity of the world under one leadership, the papacy. So you have these high-profile Catholics as vice presidents. The Jesuits themselves say that if you have to choose sides, then a Jesuit can choose one side and represent it to the point of death, while a fellow Jesuit may choose the opposite side and defend that to the point of death. That is the Hegelian dialectic. So it really wouldn't have mattered which one of these two would have become the vice president. And it really wouldn't have mattered which one of these two would have become president.
Seen this a lot of times, right? Like all of the presidents are connected. All of the presidents in America are have a higher disproportion of connection in their bloodlines, like third cousins or whatever. Even Barack Obama was like third cousins to George W. Bush or something. Whereas, the average connection between random people is like 10th or 15th cousins or whatever else. So there's definitely something going on there.
We're all related, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we all come from Adam or Eve, right? I guess, if you believe in that. Where do you think we come from, Eugene? Do you believe that we're from Adam and Eve, or do you believe that we're seeded from aliens? What's your take on all that?
I think we were manipulated, right? I think the more they look at the DNA, I think they found there's some chromosome or some irregularity with our DNA. So I think we were some species, and then we were manipulated to increase our evolution by aliens or whoever, God, aliens, whoever else. But
so you don't think we came from monkeys then?
Oh, initially, we were, but I think we existed. We probably came from monkeys, but we were manipulated to become who we are.
Right.
Like, I don't think it was a natural progression, right? Somebody stepped in and actually changed our DNA to either escalate our evolution or change us, so that we'll become who we are for a certain purpose. Whether you believe in the Anunnaki story or something else, but kind of, I do feel like our genes were manipulated.
Any takers on the evolution theory? Anyone believe in Darwinian?
See, Darwin was supposed to be, wasn't he supposed to be a Christian?
Well, Darwin was also a fucking weird bloke. He had there was a lot of skeletons in that geezer's closet. I think he was a Jesuit as well, like a Christian. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what. I don't even know what a Jesuit is. I say that phrase a lot, like I know what I'm talking about. I thought the Jesuits. I confuse the Jesuits with the people that come around and knock on the door and see if you're okay. Well, who are they? What are they called? They're not called the Jesuits, are they? They're called the Salvation Army. That's the Salvation Army or whatever.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Jehovah's, that's it. Jehovah's Witnesses. That's it. I confused Jesuits and Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, the Jesuits, it's an order. It's a Catholic order, but they're kind of into science. Nikos would know better, but they're kind of right there. I thought you're an expert on Christian on Christianity and different sects. So they're kind of the scientists.
Should I go get my magnums back in my
You sure it's not the Jehovah's Witnesses, Sean?
Yes, it's Jehovah's Witnesses.
With your magnum.
Bearing a magnum in their pocket.
Yeah. Or are they just pleased to see him, Adam?
Yeah, something like that.
He's probably got him some ice creams, not the actual drinks. It's a load of ice creams.
I remember one of my first ever jobs when I was younger. I used to work in this chicken place. We used to have this guy come in every day religiously. He did come in every day, and he was a Jehovah's Witness, and his name was John, and he was an African guy in our local village, seaside town, and he was the most gentlest, loveliest person you'll ever meet in your life, and he never overkilled it. And like, I don't know, I was like, I think if you push things too far with people, you're gonna push them away. But if you gently try and because let's be honest, I mean, I see myself as a Christian, but man, I I do some shit that's probably not very Christian, but but at the end of the day, like, there's good morals in there. There's some great morals. So I don't know.
Sometimes the best way of influencing somebody is by planting a seed, like this channel, as opposed to trying to tell them what they need to think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, But as Sean calls me, Adam Score Draw Horlock. So I'm sort of on the fence with a lot of shit. You know what I mean?
Don't worry. We'll get you there, mate. You've been here since the beginning by the looks of it. So
I've been here.
What's happened since I've been gone? Has anyone had an argument?
Nah.
Was there a small disagreement at least? Something must have come up.
We're not the Spurs 5.
Amicable,
Yeah.
polite, smiles, happy. How many magnums did you get?
3.
Oh,
should be enough to knock me
Go on,
sideways.
do one the Scottish way. Do it in one.
I don't think I could.
Who's going to snort it then?
I know, it hits you like a ton of bricks. That's
Take
why
it
they
up
do
his
it up here like
nostrils.
that. They do it just to get a fucking hard hit, you know.
To fall off his chair.
He can't quite make it.
I've done 3/4 of it.
What percentage is that? What percentage is one of those?
A couple of hours.
Like 16.5%.
Jesus.
So it's like, yeah, but it's like probably half a bottle of wine each one, isn't it? If you think about it.
What does it taste like?
Cough syrup.
Oh.
Shit.
Nah, it's nice though. It gives you a real buzz.
It's
Gives you a
alright.
real buzz.
It's all right.
Apparently, I'm still trying to figure out. It's definitely a conspiracy in the effect of alcohol. I was saying this yesterday. I genuinely think that every different type of alcohol affects me in a different way. I think beer makes me like uncomfortable, just get bloated and gassy. I think vodka makes me quite aggressive generally. I think red wine makes me sleepy. I think cider makes me happy. I haven't really figured out what this does yet. But I know for sure last night I picked an argument with, it wasn't even supposed to be an argument on the Spurs 5. It was just me calling out the notion that everybody in the Tottenham fan base 100% agrees that ENIC are the problem. And that the reason why no one turns up to protests is something other than the fact that maybe not everyone feels the same way in the fan base. Ended up going on a 45-minute debate about this, and then carried on this morning, not with Stell, but with Connor and a few people in my WhatsApp group. Someone had to get kicked out of the WhatsApp group. He got so toxic. I went, fuck you. You're out of here. Fuck off. Go on, get out of it. I'm not having this anymore. So
I missed it. Usually I'm the one.
I think you're passionate, Sean. I think.
I'm definitely a passionate person, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there is something to that though. We said about the alcohol, different types of alcohol have different effects. You know, like one of the reasons why high percentage alcohol is called spirits is because it's the fastest way of enabling your lower vibration for spirits to take your vessel. When I used to drink lots of vodka,
here we go. Here we go again. This is the part of the show. I have to make a jingle for this where Nikos tells me why I'm.
No, I'm just saying.
Why I'm dead inside or inhabited by a fucking spirit.
It was your subject. You brought it up. There's definitely something to what you just said there about how different alcohols and different percentages have a different effect on your vibration and your frequency. When you drink the high percentage alcohols, such as spirits like vodka and whatever you said there, it makes you aggressive. It used to make me aggressive, but I think there's something you're enabling in some sort of types of spirits to be able to take your vessel a little bit easier. That's why a lot of people who drink lots of high percentage alcohol, they tend to not remember the next day what happened. They're all like a blackout.
There's probably some truth to that, or at least that makes sense. I used to go out with a girl who would have
not to.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I've been on a stream, not on this channel, but whenever I do a stream on Spurs Talk Show or any of the other channels, when I used to go on Sabbath's channel late at night and be smashed, and I'd get in an argument with someone, I used to go to bed and then wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning with this horrendous anxiety of what did I do last night?
Regret.
What did I do? Was it a normal night? No, I was drunk. What did I do? And I was like, oh no, I remember shouting, or oh no, what have I done? And then you just, do I watch the show back and just see this cringy, horrible version of me where I've just embarrassed myself, shown the worst version of yourself in front of 1,000 people or whatever, absolutely shocking.
Well, apparently the word alcohol is derived from the Arabic word alcohol, isn't it? Which means body-eating spirits. Hence the word is called spirits, isn't it? If you have certain alcoholic drinks, such as vodka and gin.
Is that right? So this is the Teflon John that I fell in love with at the very start, before we had a channel, when we were just doing it on Sean Butler TV, and he was coming. Do you remember Nikos? I can't even remember how I met you guys. How did I meet you guys? How did you two first come on the Sean Butler TV version of the Rabbit Hole? When it was called something different, wasn't it? It was called, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens or something.
Yeah, that was in a galaxy far away and a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. For me, it was
all the way back when Mars was just a chocolate bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Years ago, Mars was just a chocolate bar. For me, I was watching a little bit of your Spurs content. I've watched you for a little while. But then you sort of started to get a little bit drunk one night and you started talking about conspiracies and stuff like that. And you kind of engaged a little bit with the people. And I didn't comment much before that. But I was like, oh, this is a bit more up my alley. Let me send you a couple of messages in. And you picked up on it straight away. And I think the next day, I think we did a show, or went straight over to a show on your second channel, which was Sean Butler TV.
Right.
Then from there, it kind of blossomed from there, a beautiful relationship.
No, so you created a channel, Sean, by going off piece so many times, and everyone went, "We got to do this. We got to do this."
Yeah. I think that's sometimes when I rock up on Spurs Talk Show and go, I haven't really got an hour's worth of content here. I can't really scramble. Let's have a couple of drinks and then just talk some bollocks. And then sometimes it doesn't land. Other times the stuff does, and then we go off on it. We find something else and it becomes a thing. Let's check out another video, shall we, guys? Let's see where this shit can take us tonight. Let's have a look. See. Could you hear that?
No.
I couldn't hear anything. Fuck it. Okay, that's gone then.
every time you upload a video, I have to press the screen to hear it. Is that normal?
Yeah. Yeah. It mutes it
Oh, right.
automatically.
Oh, maybe on your phone, maybe. Yeah, but it shouldn't be on your desktop and stuff. I didn't know that. Let's try another one.
I bet you could name 50 people off the top of your head who've left the UK to go to other places, who run businesses. You're nodding, right? For people listening.
Yeah.
Well, why is that happening? Because the business climate here is not good.
Mm-hmm.
The taxes here are very high. And also the quality of life here has declined.
On that point, the founder of Revolut leaving the UK, Nick Strinsky, I think his name is, estimates say, credible reports say, that because he's leaving, there's going to be a £3 billion potential loss of capital gains tax that he would have paid had he not absconded to the UAE.
Yeah.
Now, to put this into more stark terms, what that means, I then did some research and I was looking at how many people it would take to pay that 3 billion, how many average taxpayers it would take to pay that 3 billion that we lose by him leaving. And it says roughly 450,000 average UK taxpayers, because the average UK taxpayer pays about £7,000 to £7,500 a year. So very simple math, 3 billion divided by 7,000 equals 430,000 people. So in plain English, that billionaire's potential tax bill is equal to the entire income tax of a mid-sized UK city for 1 year, because that person decided to leave.
Congratulations, you tax the rich. Congratulations. Now 500,000 people have to pay more tax. Well done. That's what we're doing. And because it's become a moral argument, because the rich are evil in our mentality, people don't hear this point at all. It just totally goes over their head. They go, but the rich are evil. They must pay more tax. And you go, even if I agreed with you, it still doesn't work in practice. So if something is not working in practice, why would you keep doing it?
I mean, when I saw that clip, I'm glad I remembered to bring it in, because I think that there, I was saying this yesterday, guys, like, to me, the problem with the UK is disincentivization. Like, there's no purpose. Like, that you're not motivated to do anything, and the longer you spend doing nothing, the harder it is to get off your ass. I think that the fundamental thing that this country has got completely wrong is it motivates people to do nothing, and it punishes people who want to do something. It's fucked. And that particular point there, the geezer who set up Revolut has pissed off to the UAE, and in so doing, 530,000 people. That's the entire size of Surrey, the entire county that I live in. Everyone there, or most people in Surrey's tax, is just going to replace the tax that we lost because we pissed those sorts of people off. He's right. That guy is absolutely spot on. I forget the guy's name, whatever his name is. Constantine. Yeah, that guy's right. Like, the moral dilemma is that they've convinced everybody that rich people are evil, and maybe some of them are, or maybe a lot of them are. But you have to find a way to keep them around.
Yeah, I look at it a little bit differently. Like, I don't know if you approve on what your tax pounds are getting spent on these days, but I know a lot of people that I talk to in the UK are very dissatisfied with what the UK government is spending their tax money on. They're not rebuilding roads. They're paying for immigrants to come in and being housed in big, expensive hotels in London. So they're very dissatisfied with where their money's going.
Wars, mate. Wars.
Wars, yeah.
Wars what pisses me off. Wars.
This is where tax actually started. This is where tax started from. Taxation was it was meant to be like a very small time frame contribution to support war, and it's something that's been gradually increased over the last 70 years. Like, there's a huge just money grab on taxation. Like, I'm all for contributing to your government and helping support government leading stuff, but when you've got a government like you've got in the UK and everywhere else, to be fair, that spends their money like they are spending their money, people should find a way of not paying them. I know that sounds bad to the people that have got the PAYE and it comes out your bank and you can't even see it and stuff like that, but you should try and find a way of navigating away from the system, especially if you don't believe in the way they're spending the money.
Do you know what? I one night I sat there with my friend, and I tried to work out, like, because you know where people pay with cards now all the time. all the time people were paying with cards, right? And I sat there with my pal and worked out how many people we worked out America. We didn't do the UK, but we did America. We worked it out. If the average person that's earning a standard average wage or above, if they were to just withdraw $200, so like, let's be honest, the average person, you're spending $200 a week, whether it's food, travel, this, that, and the other. If you took that out as cash and you just used that cash before you used anything out of your bank, that would put something like £93 million a day into the system in America if they just paid cash rather than using a card.
Yeah, you know why? It's because of the merchant fees, right?
Yeah, the bank charges. It's just the bank. It's all going
the bank charges
or the middlemen.
And it's
the
not.
middlemen taking it. If I take $100 in cash and I pay you for your time or something,
and you move it around
to someone else does it for someone else. Someone else, it's still £100 in the system, right? 50 transactions later, you've still got $100 in the system. When you go and spend $100 in a shop on a t-shirt and you pay with your card, and $2 of that gets taken in the merchant fees, and that happens 50 times. There's zero left in the system, and the banks have got the $100.
Yeah,
it's also legible as well, so they can actually see if they ever need to reference it at some point in the future to build some sort of type of case against you for what you spend your money on. By having it all on a card and digital, there's a way of them actually sort of building some sort of type of like evidence against you if they needed to, and then they'll do anything to try and sort of build cases around people.
See,
so
in Scotland, it's night and day with that, because do you know what? In Scotland, when you go to pay for something, you apologise if you're paying with your card.
Do you know what, mate? I genuinely, I think I told you guys about this on the last show. I came up with I used to have a YouTube channel called Gontrepreneur, and one of the shows we used to pitch to my mate Lex, a girl in Australia. We used to have a great time doing it. We used to pitch different app ideas basically, and one of them was called Quid Pro Quo, and essentially it was like a localized neighborhood app where people would do this for that. So like I'll
trade for trade,
on your
trade
shirt.
for trade.
Yeah, trade for trade, right? Just like get back to a barter system. And I genuinely think that in the next 10 years, there will be a dislocation. There'll be the people that get on board it. They'll get on board the fucking jabs in your head. They'll get on board the digital ID. They'll get on board all that shit, everything that the elites want. And there'll be a section of people, no matter how big or small, I don't know how big or small it will be. There'll be people that will go, now, fuck that. I'm happy with life the way it is. I don't trust where these people are taking us. And they will they'll remove themselves from... and they'll go and set up some fucking ecosystem somewhere else. And I genuinely think trade for trade barter app is a mechanism.
I think it's a great idea, because you think if I'm a hairdresser and you're a grass cutter, if I said to you, you come cut my hair, I'll come cut your hair once a month. You fucking come cut my grass once a month.
Exactly.
Exactly. And you know what? The government, they would fucking not like that at all. They would fucking cut that out, because let's be honest, if you go back towards before money, that's all we had. No one went to market with money. They went to market with their trade, or with what they had to trade with. That was it.
Exactly, mate. Exactly.
Yeah, it's sick what's happening with the tax in the UK. It's just as bad as everywhere, but it makes me feel sick, honestly.
A couple of super chats to get through. Big up to everyone. Ian Anderson, big up to you, mate. £2 super sticker. Choo, buddy. Choo, buddy. Appreciate you very much indeed. James _119, who I think James choo, mate. Choo. Thank you very much. He remembers Turkey Cock Lane. No, was it Turkey Cock Lane?
Yeah,
James
it's up the road from here. Yeah,
James was the very first person on the first monetized show to do a super sticker or.
He's off again. Remember,
your memory is fucking insane, bro. Your memory is insane.
James, am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. I believe it was 79 cents. I'm just saying. I think it must have been a super sticker.
Nikos is a double agent. He's with the HMRC, really. So be careful.
I reckon behind
he's just keeping tabs because he wants to know
the wall of post-its.
Yeah. No, Nikos just wants to know how close we are to going to Antarctica. That's what he's keeping a tab. He's keeping a tab on the money.
Mate, this is the first show we've done in 5 weeks, mate. We ain't getting any closer than we were before. So,
Big up to John Scott has become a new member as well. Big up to you, John. Appreciate you very much, mate. We'll be doing member shows Listen, we're going to get back to this. And if I'm entirely honest, I'm going to try and find a way to make this a regular thing, like an hour every day. Maybe not like 2-3 hour streams, but like an hour every day where we just come in and just talk shit. Because I often feel like Spurs Talk Show is sometimes, like I say, I veer off into worlds where people that just maybe find the channel for the first time go, I came here for Tottenham and I've got this dickhead singing songs with his guitar. Like, what's
in a flip-flop costume.
Exactly.
You know. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah, if you don't, it's weird. It's weird. Big up to you, John Scott. Thank you very much indeed. Acadia says, Sean, I'm curious, where do you find yourself on the political spectrum? I don't think there's a political spectrum that a political party that represents me, mate. Like
Raving Monster Loony Party.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Magnum Party.
The Magnum Party, yeah. I wouldn't mind starting my own. I wouldn't mind getting into politics. I think it'd be a really interesting experience. But Reform, I think, are bought and paid for by Israel. The Conservatives are a bunch of corrupt fucks. Labour's an absolute disgrace to society. The Green Party is not my cup of tea at all. And the geezer that runs that bloke, the guy without the teeth, is just a joke of a human being. There's no party that represents me in the UK.
You're good at debating, though, Sean.
Well, not always. If I had a couple of magnums, I'll lose my head over trivial shit. You know.
I once tried to join a debating team, but someone talked me out of it.
One-liners, the king of the one-liners is here. Nice one, mate. Official Shawn Michael, sexy boy. He says this is towards the Spurs Talk Show piss up in a Premier Inn. Yeah, I forgot we mentioned that, didn't we? We've got to do some sort of meet up. All of the like-minded people in the Tottenham or in the broader community that enjoy just a wild night of fun. We have to go and do some sort of get a venue somewhere where we can start. We can all put hotels, you know. Get a hire out like some sort of room that we can turn into a live stream event as well, and then just get absolutely smashed and just stream the whole fucking thing. It'll be great fun. Big up to you, Shawn Michaels. Thank you very much indeed, mate. Appreciate you, boss. I'm definitely going to do that.
Well, imagine if you were in the Houses of Parliament and you were the one who sort of keeps the order. And if someone completely did a U-turn on something, you'd be playing the old flip-flop video.
Digital Commons, we'll call it. And I just got the videos. Order.
You'd be like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Superb stuff. Superb stuff. Let's see. I'll be up for a night on the lash. Good. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. I'm gonna figure it out. When are you getting Tommy Robinson on? What's Tommy Robinson's real name?
Stephen something.
Stephen Isaiah fucking Poltergeist or whatever.
Yeah, he's massive Zionist.
Part all bought and paid for, mate. All of these fuckers are all bought and paid for. In fact, I think I've got a video on it. Wait. Where is it? Is it here? Oh, hang on. I'm gonna find it in a minute because it's in this next section.
Have you seen the video of him saying if the UK and Israel go to war, I'm on the front line for Israel?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
I mean, he has some,
where are we going to meet each other, for fuck's sake? What are we going to do? We're going to meet in the bloody middle or something and have a big tear up. How the fuck's that going to work? It's not like
Greenland.
It's not like Germany invading bloody France, is it? It's like Israel and England, Israel and UK going to war.
No, we're gonna meet up. We're gonna meet up in, I guess, London would be the best place to do it.
What's it going to be like, Millwall against Chelsea or something, and then meet up in some industrial estate and have a big rumble?
Yeah,
I'll tell you what. I
make a Danny Dyer film about it.
I could host an event. I live in a 6-bedroom converted chapel. It's huge.
You live in a 6-bedroom converted chapel?
It is massive.
How many people live in your house?
Me, just me.
Deal. We're in, Adam.
Just me. And I've got a games room with a foosball table and a lot.
That's all moving. Make it a rabbit hole ramblings mansion.
Yeah, and it's haunted as well.
Well, of course it is. Yeah, bloody would.
It will be after I rock up.
Perfect.
Mate, it is. I hear a woman's voices so often. So does other people. It's weird.
Have you got one of those applications on the phone?
You own it. Do you own the?
No,
Sorry.
no. It's the company that I work for. It used to be for staff to work here. He converted it originally. So right behind me, they did when they had the Commonwealth Games, they had the downward BMX trial things behind my house. And I think my boss acquired this building because it had a grant to convert it into a BMX museum, and it never happened. It never materializes, like a lot of shit don't. But the guy that was living here before was going back to Poland, and I was in between situation, and he said to me, like, come and stay here. So, and I ain't gonna lie, it's three stories high, but behind me is this is the presbytery. So this is where the priest would have lived. But behind me is the actual chapel, which, oh my God, you could have a rave in that chapel. It's huge.
Well, it's empty. There's nothing in there.
No, it's got like I can send you some pictures. It's got like storage for just crap, really. But it's it's a big building, man.
Oh, okay, we're going to Glasgow then. Glasgow 26 people. That's what we're doing.
And when I get my furniture back, all the rooms will be kitted out, mate. So you could fucking
We're going to the chapel instead.
£20 flights from London to Glasgow, mate.
Nikos, you can get a flight. You can get a flight, mate. We'll pay for it. We'll get it out.
Barcelona to Glasgow's pennies, mate.
Pennies,
yeah,
mate.
it's true, actually. No one wants to fly to Glasgow from Barcelona, trust me.
Where is this turning?
Going back to fucking expensive nightmare, though.
I went to Barcelona last May or April. It was brilliant, mate. Great.
Hopefully you get a trip out here to Barcelona when we get Tottenham versus Barcelona in the quarterfinals of the Champions League.
Quarterfinals, that's. I'll be there 100% for that.
We're all staying at Nikos's.
Yeah.
Mate, I haven't got a 6-bedroom chapel, but you know I've got a 3-bedroom flat and a garden, so you're all welcome. But
I only need a deck chair, bruv.
I want to examine that picture on the back of your wall, mate, because I still think you're part of the Epstein lot with that thing on there.
Mate, you come and examine. If we put it, like I said, more than welcome. Tickets will be hard to get though, but I don't know how many Barcelona fans are actually eager to see Barcelona play Tottenham.
Mate, I don't listen. If Tottenham get past whoever we're going to get, and we play Barcelona in the quarterfinals, I don't care if it costs me $4 or $5 grand. I'm coming to Barcelona and I'm going to see that game 100%. So anyway, let's get back to the let's get another video going, shall we? See what this fucking idiot's saying. What's she saying?
I think the reality is that for centuries we've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good, and we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective good and towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently, and it will mean that families, especially white families, but some POC families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship to property than the one that we currently have.
You know who this chick is, and have you seen what's happened today? She's like second in command to the mayor of New York, right? The guy who's just got in, the Muslim guy, and so she just said that, right? Which is essentially, if you're wealthy and you're a homeowner, things are going to change for you, right? Because she's a raging socialist, raging Marxist. They said today, the guy came out today and said, we're going to have to raise taxes significantly because there's massive deficits in the New York budget. And that's going to mean raising taxes on the wealthy and on businesses. Just like what happened in London, just like that video we watched a minute ago, New York is finito. New York is finito.
Sean, well, the funny thing is her parents are wealthy. So that's ironic.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
You know?
And
she's a champagne socialist.
That triggers me so much as somebody who actually lived in a socialist country. You see what's happening in Europe. You see what's happening in New York, in California. In California, there was a law or an amendment proposed to tax, what's it called? Unrealized income, unrealized gains. So basically, if you're a founder of a startup company and all your money is in stock, you don't make any salary, you're going to be taxed on the money that you didn't earn. And now we have in California like 20 billionaires left, including Elon and Ackman and everybody else. So the tax revenue is obviously gonna dwindle. It's gonna be a disaster. So somebody who actually saw what a socialist country looks like, all these like middle class white people who have not faced any adversity in their lives, they think their issues are the worst issues, and they're ruining Europe, and now they're gonna ruin New York and California.
It's
Which
not just
is
New York and California, mate.
pisses me off.
If all the billionaires move to Texas, then they'll come for Texas. If all the millionaires move to Florida or move to Kentucky or wherever, they'll come after them all one by one. And then eventually there'll be no states that are left that haven't got ridiculously high taxes. And then what happens? They raise the federal tax. And then you're fucked up. You're fucked as well. This is a global blueprint. It's pull the ladder up, Jack. Fuck the rest. And you know what? This is what they do. This is why the politicians make as much money as they can through their illicit gains. This is why the corruption, the amount of money that flows to Ukraine, for example, for that absolute fucking see you next Tuesday, what's his name? Zelensky, and then all of his mates, like for every pound or every dollar that gets sent over there, 40 cents of it, 40 pence of it goes to the defense companies, which they get their money, and the other 60 pence, 10 of them go to Zelensky and his cronies, and the other 30 or 40 or 50 get fed into cryptocurrency and then fed back into the ecosystem, where it gets then supplemented into the election campaigns via lobbyists, so that the same people that make these decisions get the best chance of being re-elected every single time to carry on. It's a cyclical fucking extraction of wealth. We're going to take your fucking money and we're going to give it to all of us, and we're going to feed it back in, and one by one, every country falls to this. And in the meantime, everyone that participated in the fraud gets wealthy enough to escape the consequences of mass inflation.
These are low IQ people
trying to scratch and scrape a living are fucked.
No, these are low IQ people. The only way for them to have any influence is to run for government, because they will not make it in real life, right? Again, they're middle class white women, a lot of them, who are looking for a cause, but they haven't lived through adversity. So they take up socialist causes with this whole like suicidal empathy, and which is insane, right? And they think like 5-year-olds in terms of good and bad, a billionaire, bad, poor, good, without any context.
No, it's only people. They're not really coming after the billionaires, because the billionaires don't get where they've got unless they've also sold their soul towards that corrupt like lifestyle. Like, that's the point about Elon Musk, mate. Nikos is bang on the fucking money. You don't get the government contracts that Elon Musk has got. You don't get to facilitate the whole NASA scam. You don't get all of those things unless you have agreed in principle to buy into. You get a few options, right? You get a few options. You go the Israel route, or you go the American corporatocracy route, or you go the Saudi route, or whatever. But you go China. Either way, like the UK is going towards China, but you're selling. These people are like, they're here today, gone tomorrow. Shills. They are all traitors, in my opinion. Probably going to get a knock on the door tomorrow from the police.
That's irrelevant, Sean.
They are all traitors that should face the consequences of what treachery brings.
But that's irrelevant.
Do you know the very first? Sorry, just quickly. Do you know the very first thing? The very first thing that Tony Blair, his Labour government, did when they first got into power. The very first law. This is a fact. The very first law that Tony Blair's Labour government passed when he got into power in 1997 was to remove the death penalty.
Yeah, for treason.
For treason. Of all of the things that you could do, the very first thing to do is to remove the death penalty for treason. That was the first law that they passed.
Yeah.
But in the UK?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's because they know at some point down the line they're going to be held accountable potentially for some of the crimes they've been doing,
Or there's an outside chance that maybe a rogue guy gets into power who didn't do it the way that it was supposed to be done, and then there's consequences if somehow there's a leak or somehow someone finds something out. Well, let's make sure that no one dies for their sins. But yeah,
you're conflating
got
things.
intentions to do treasonous things. It's a
Well,
fucking.
Gordon Brown was left holding a can anyway.
They're all part of the Eton crowds. They're all part of these clubs from school and stuff. It's just their time to take the baton. What annoys me about Tony Blair is everyone actually thinks his name is Tony Blair. And it's not. It's Anthony Charles Linton Blair. So like these people who don't even use their real names in like high politics, like that should be a huge red flag. If they don't even use their real names to be proud of, so when their grandchildren are looking up in the history books, they don't see their grandfather, like that's a huge red flag for me. But yeah, he's a proper weirdo apparently.
But you guys are conflating things, right? If we're talking about economics, socialism versus capitalism, the billionaires, I don't care what they do unless they do something illegal, who they are. My point is they run huge corporations and companies that employ hundreds of thousands of people that contribute to the economy. I don't care about the morality, right? That's not for me to judge. That's a different conversation. So when you overtax those people and make them leave either the country or the state, that has a negative impact on the economy, on 100%. The population. And this is common sense. This is basic mathematics.
100%.
So people who say it doesn't matter because he's bad, whatever bad means, to me, it's a childish way of thinking. 100%. I care that they employ people.
100. Make corporation tax in the UK. To save the UK, corporation tax should be 5%. Right? It should be it should be the lowest in Europe. Should be the lowest in Europe, and they should also reduce they should reduce inheritance tax that keeps people around, right? And it should also inheritance tax doesn't exist in Singapore. It doesn't exist in Australia. It exists in America on like on a size of an estate that is so big, it's like $20 million. Is that only then do you start paying something? In the UK, you get 200 grand or 300 grand, and then you've got to pay 50%. And they're changing the laws now to say that even your private pensions get put as part of the, like, it's ridiculous. It's so fucking idiotic. It's so idiotic. This country is on its knees. It's run by fucking morons. This country is run by morons. Eugene, I 100% agree with you. Even though it looks bad in the optics to sit there and say that wealthy people who start businesses shouldn't have to pay as much tax as people that are on the PAYE. But you know what happens if those people come here? They create jobs. And those jobs then create the cyclicality of money transfer. And that happens to coincide with the multiplier effect. Every time money moves hands from person A to person B in a localized economy, it creates a multiplier effect, right? So it's a standard economics 101 feature. If you make it problematic for people to stay in business here, they're going to fuck off to somewhere else. In a digital economy, everything's digital. The vast majority of businesses are digital these days. If you do the things that we do, like they can't be that incompetent, but they're doing it to placate an audience. And you know what it is? When you piss off the locals so that you're never going to get their vote again, they don't learn their lesson and go, you know what? Maybe we should stop pissing off the locals. Let's just import people who have no motivation, who have no ability to be able to work and succeed in this country. But what we will do is bring in their votes.
Let me give you an example. You know, I know the founder, I knew or I used to hang out with the founder of WhatsApp, the Russian guy, right? So normal dude, he's not an evil guy. He's just a regular, he's an immigrant, right? To San Francisco, just a Russian guy. We used to hang out, just going to restaurants and stuff before he became who he was, right? So he's not some evil, whatever, Elon Musk caricature right? But he's a billionaire. Right? Obviously, I don't see him anymore. But the point is, like right now, there is no innovation in Europe whatsoever. The beauty of America is it doesn't matter who you are. You could come here, and if you have an idea and if you work hard, you're going to make your money. You're going to become wealthy. That's why people come here. It doesn't make you a bad person, right? But there are certain incentives involved. Without incentives, you see what was happening like in Russia before. Or now in Europe. Why should I work 18 hours a day and risk my livelihood and risk failure if I'm not going to have a chance of becoming wealthy? I'll just chill. And that's what's happening everywhere else. So if there are laws in place to incentivize being lazy, and this incentivize innovation,
You know what else happens, Nick?
we're screwed.
Eugene, you know what the next step is? Robots, because of your mate, robots are gonna replace everybody. Then you have universal basic income. You know, people, lazy people that have sat on their ass for the last year go, yeah, give me UBI. First of all, having no purpose in life, having no reason to get out of bed in the morning because you have to be somewhere wearing a suit and tie or your work uniform or whatever else. Like, first, that is the secret source for depression. Having no reason to get up, it's depressive. It's so sad when I see people that walk around in their fucking jogging bottoms. They go to the fucking local shop to get their bread and milk and they've still got their slippers on. And it's 11 o'clock in the fucking morning. It's so sad. It's sadder than me picking up a 4-pack of Stella at like 9:30 in the morning, right? I know I'm sad in that regard, but people that have no purpose in life, it's the secret sauce for depression. And then they get so lazy. You spend an hour on the couch. It's more difficult to get off the couch than it was if you spent like 2 minutes on the couch, right? You spend a month on the couch. It's more difficult to get up than it was if you spent all day on the couch. If you spend a year on the couch playing computer games, you don't want to ever get off of that couch. And you know what happens then? They bring in universal basic income. They say, don't worry, everyone's going to get a robot that's going to clean your house and wipe your ass. And then we'll give you universal basic income. It will be £1,000 a month, even or $1,000 a month, whatever. Even though by that point, there'll be so much money printed that $1,000 will be the cost of a fucking burger. And then they'll say, by the way, you only get your $1,000 a month. You only get your UBI if you sign up to your digital ID, and it's not going to be in cash, it's going to be in tokens, because by then we'll be in the digital, in the central banking digital currencies, right? And at that point, they own you. They
can switch you off anytime, can't they?
They own you off anytime you want. There's no more dissent. There's no more dissent at that point. You can't say anything. We can't have these conversations. In 2 years' time or 4 years' time, this channel would never be able to operate because we're talking about things now. It's even dangerous or like a little bit risky to have these conversations based on the fact I haven't got a VPN on and this channel is still connected to my other channel. So they know who I am. If they want to come and knock on the door, they can, right? And arrest me or whatever. But in 4 years' time, when the CBDCs come in, they'll just go, no, fuck that guy, Butler. You're switched off, mate. Now what are you going to do? You can't go on the internet anymore and talk shit about us because you can't afford your Wi-Fi bill. This is the totalitarian utopia, the dystopia that we're moving towards. And it all starts with convincing people that convenience lifestyle, which started with Amazon, started with Netflix, all of that shit, it's a slow tip-tap-toe towards totalitarianism. My camera's fucked. I've got to turn it back off. I'm turning
Do you think COVID could have had something to do with that as well?
100%. 100%. COVID was a giant
we all just went on a bit of a reset on that one, and it was like people do it. For example, when COVID came about, right? Do you know what? I was dating this girl, right? I just started dating this girl as COVID came in, and at the time, I was waiting on getting a property, but I used to live in America, and I moved back from Kentucky, and I was just renting a room, but like temporary. And I met this girl, school teacher, seemed all cool and everything. And then as soon as COVID come in, the guy that I was renting off, he said to me, you've got to make a decision here. You can't be going between her house and mine. Either go in there or stay here. And she was like, you're going to come and stay with me? And I was like, I don't know you that well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
if I come now, I'm sort of married to you and we're only on date 3. I don't even know if your shit stinks yet, you know?
No, it stunk. But anyway, literally, fucking, probably 100,000 COVID cases later, I regretted it. And I was like, fuck, I'm stuck here.
Listen, those things happen. And by the way, there's a new virus out. I don't know if you guys have heard it. Is it called the Nipah virus, the NIPIH? Have you seen this? Out of some part of East India, and apparently it's got a 65% mortality rate or death rate. It's what's it called? Is it called the Nipah virus? I haven't got a video on it. Here we go. Let's have a look at this.
Oh, here we go.
Share this tab. Let's do a little bit of we educate here as much as we do talk absolute bollocks. Where am I going? How do I get this up on the screen? Is it on the screen? Here we go. The Nipah virus. This is from today. Nipah virus outbreak in India monitored closely. An outbreak of the Nipah virus in India is being closely monitored by Jersey's health authorities. The World Health, these guys, have described Nipah as one of its top 10 priority diseases because of its potential to trigger an epidemic. It can spread from animals to humans and is associated with high mortality rate as there is no vaccine for it. Jersey's health authorities have urged travelers who develop symptoms overseas to seek immediate medical advice. Professor Peter Bradley, Jersey's Director of Public Health, said the government was aware of the small number of confirmed cases in West Bengal, but added there was no evidence of transmission out of India. Do you remember one of the fucking videos that we watched about the one that I dismissed as being non-conspiratorial? That Vanden fucking Wesley Van Helden woman. Do you remember that one? That was saying we've just signed a deal with India to allow 500,000 Indians to come into Europe. Well, guess what they're going to bring with them, guys? The next pandemic. This one's got a 60% mortality rate.
There's no vaccine. What I picked up in that is there's no vaccine. So when they have a vaccine to offer.
Yeah, the vaccine will be available just in about 6 weeks' time, mate. You know, don't worry about that. You know, you'll be
They will
fine.
try and take it both of the scare tactics on the news.
And the vaccine is going to change your DNA like the last one has.
Don't take any vaccine.
And the funny thing is, it's also transmission from animals to humans. It's going to be the wet markets. It's going to be then like, oh, wow, there was a lab.
Yeah,
Surprise,
a koala bear fucked an alligator and out of it came a fucking chicken and it comes with a combination of chlamydia and AIDS or something. Just quickly, Marzi82 has said Adam is a great addition to the panel. Adam, welcome, my man. You've been welcomed in fondly, mate.
I appreciate that because I can't see on my phone at the moment. You don't know how small this screen is. I can't see nothing, but I can't see the chat obviously either. So,
well, have you got a laptop normally or not?
Nah.
No, fair enough. Well, listen, I'll stick you in the WhatsApp group, mate, because you're a sound lad, and we can build the relationship. Cheers, should we move on to another video? Oh, by the way, there's 170 people here, record high. I saw it got to 175 there, record numbers for the channel.
By the way, I went live. I went live on TikTok just before I come on here, and I know a lot of people on TikTok. I spread it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, man. I told everyone to come on here. Like, I don't know how many of them are in there, but I'm part of a lot of different groups in America and that where I used to live there, and they were all like, "Yeah, man, we'll come and have a look."
Adam is an influencer. Adam is an influencer. Okay, finally, we got an.
You got a big following on TikTok, Adam.
Nah, not that big, but people love me on there for some fucking reason. I don't know why.
Oh, it's obvious, mate. You're a fucking legend. You know, you're a legend. That's what we do here. Score, draw, lock. Score, draw, lock. Johnny boy, welcome back to the show, mate. You right?
Yeah, I was just thinking, should we do a little bit of members only at the end of this show? What do you reckon, everyone?
Yeah,
members only stuff.
I'll set up a member show for
how much?
Oh, what's that?
This is an inclusive show for the people. People want conspiracies.
Yeah, I feel like, so the thing is, I did say when we started putting the members out there that we would do a member show at the end of every show, and we did it once or twice. But I think we ended up going for like an hour and a half more on the members show, where there was only like 12 people that were watching. So maybe we should like maybe what we'll do is we'll do a members show once a month or something.
We could do a members Q&A, like they can ask us stuff, or we can bring a couple of them on.
Well, 100%. Like Rob Brown's a member, for example, and there's a few other members that have been in and around. If you guys ever put your comments in, I'll always bring them up. Okay. And if you want Q&As done, we shall do it. But don't forget to smash the like button, guys, and hit the subscribe as well. We're trying to get to over 1,000 subs. Last time I checked, we were on about 880 or something. So we're seeing where we go. Should we run another video? See where we go with it?
Let's go for it.
All right, let's have a look. See what we're doing here.
There's no entry or exit wound. How they're
done that one, haven't we? Did that one already. Let's have a look at this one here then.
New York City's COPA law that everyone's bitching about, let me tell you how it works. Step 1, you have to decide that you're going to sell your building. Hold on, you can't list it publicly yet. Step 2, you notify nonprofits to see if they want to buy it. They then have a 30-day window to tell you if they're interested or not. If you don't, it's a $30,000 fine. Here's the bad news. If they are interested, they have up to 120 days to give you an offer. Now, if you don't want to accept that offer, that's when you can put it on the open market. If you put it on the open market and you get an offer that you absolutely love, you then have to offer it back to the city at that same price, causing tremendous delays in the closing process, which inevitably leads to dead deals. If you look at a crash in industry, well, this is the perfect way to do it.
The city of New York is cooked. They are so cooked. I mean, by the election of Mondani and this Coppola, real estate's dead. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that. That seems fucking insane that if you want to sell your property, you have to go through every chance. You have to give the government every chance to buy it back. You know?
Fucking socialist.
Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, but I saw today, though, I did see a video saying that Trump was at the World Economic Forum last week, and he basically said, "So if this is true, then I respect it." But he said, "There's too much. Like we can't. The American dream relies and revolves around the notion that you can buy your own property, buy your own home." He said, "At the moment, in 50 states, all these houses are being bought up by big companies." And he said, "We got to stop that." He said, "I'm sorry, I know, because I know a lot of my donors, a lot of my big companies, all my friends are in this room. I don't want to do this, but I have to do it. You know, we have to let them. We have to let the American dream of home ownership remain a." Because he also said that if you're a company and you buy, say, 1,000 houses, then you can write down the depreciation of those properties against your tax bill, similar to like the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So Tottenham Hotspur can write down the depreciation of their stadium ownership against their profit, right? Which is why Tottenham very rarely ever pay, have a profit they have to pay tax on. But as an individual, you can't do that. You know, as an individual, if you own your property, if you own your home, you can't write down the depreciation on the property, and the depreciation is real, right? Because every year, a new house is worth more than an old house because an old house comes with problems. So he's saying that shouldn't be the case either. Anyway, I don't know how that's going to last, but yeah, that video was about New York basically being cooked again. Another example of New York being cooked. Let's move on to another story, shall we? How about this one here? What's this one? I think we get the point there.
And we're off.
That's a load of bollocks, right? If that's the lid on a thing that's flying around the world at 17,000 miles an hour, and it's a bit of fucking little bit of Teflon.
Look like a fucking pancake.
You're wrong there. That's the Indian moon landing with a fucking poppadom closing up the hatch.
Fuck's sake.
What's the bloody hatch, please, you bastards? You've got a vacuum out there. He's going to suck us all into space.
Oh, no. You pull that fucking poppadom close now, you fucking idiot.
Mate, if you believe any of this
where's
stuff...
the cancelled video?
Yeah, well, I haven't got it. I need to update the media.
Mate, if you believe any of this astronaut stuff in 2026, mate, you're already cooked. There's so many proofs now that these are just fucking faking what they're doing up there. So much of it. It's ridiculous. Those things are ridiculous.
They look like the moon landing fucking rocket, man. What are we doing here?
Is this the section where we go into flat Earth?
I didn't bring it up. 2 hours in, I haven't got anything up.
Fucking you just brought it up, Sean. What are you doing?
Yeah, you brought it up twice.
Sean does. That's what Sean does. Some slight little
yeah. And then Nikos goes on a fucking rant for about fucking half an hour. Fuck.
He throws a grenade.
Wasn't the channel saying Flat Earth 007? So even James Bond fucking believed in Flat Earth.
Listen, I know some people think I'm just a drunk fat donut. other people increasingly are figuring out that I always know what I'm doing in terms of like sort of throwing the grenade. You know, there's always a chance because I know that he ends up getting views and he gets a little bit of click. You know, he
Or
always,
both. Those
when
two
we
are not
go there.
exclusive, Sean. They're not mutually exclusive.
It's true. It's true. I know what I'm doing, but I'm still a fat fucking donut. Yeah.
When are we getting Stell on here?
Oh.
Do you know what? I actually think he would be quite good value on these sorts of
He
things.
would.
I think he would actually.
I think he would buy. I don't know if he wouldn't go like full retard. You know, like that film. What's that film called?
Tropic Thunder. Oh, no,
Tropic
no.
Thunder.
Yeah.
Never go full
Never go
retard.
full
Yeah.
retard.
He wouldn't go.
When
He
I
wouldn't go
first
into
started
some
watching
areas.
the Spurs
I think in
5,
certain areas he'd be pretty handy. What's that, Adam? Sorry, mate.
when I first started watching the Spurs 5, I was like really a little bit like with Stell, but I tell you what, I quite like him now. Actually, I quite like the things he says. But when I first started watching him, I don't know when it was, but I was a bit like, oh man, he's so negative. But nah,
He is super negative, but he finds a way to be right about everything. You know,
he has some good points.
No, but he does this thing where like. It's like him and Stella him and Sava are like sort of exactly the same, but also the entire opposite. In that, when Sava sort of says, you know, if Tottenham win, he's like, you see, Thomas Frank maybe needs a little bit of a reprieve, right? But if Tottenham lose, Sava's like, you see, the players are fucking shit. But the way that Sava delivers it, it invokes like 1,000 people in the chat winding him up. Whereas Stell does exactly the same thing, but in the inverse. So when Tottenham win, he goes, see, the players aren't so bad, I told you. And when we do lose, he goes, you see, Thomas Frank is shit. And he says it in a way where everyone goes, Stell's bang on. Stell's bang on. So Stell has got a way of saying these things in a way that brings the people with him, his sycophants with him. Whereas Sava's got a way of doing it that just winds people up. It's so straight because they do exactly the same fucking thing. It's just one of them like brings the sycophants along, and the other one just encourages the trolls.
Yeah,
but with Stell, when he's on the Spurs 5, I've noticed when like because I mean I've seen you do it when you're drunk and get in the chat and have a little fucking have a little bant with whatever, but with Sava, it's like I remember one day I put in a super chat and some other people had. And I sat there, and it had been an hour, and all that he had done was respond to all of the trolls and all the people that had put in the super chats that were members. Nothing. So I prompted him at the bottom, and I went, why don't you respond to the people that are your members and the people that are putting in the super chats rather than the trolls? And he went, anyway, there's a super chat coming from Adam like that. It was like seconds, mate. I was like, there you go.
You can always see, you can always see Sava when he goes on a rant, right? And his eyes sort of dart from here to he's like does this. He does this, right? And he after he's finished a rant, Sava's always looking at the chat because he's always
I know, yeah.
But you can just see his eyes dart.
The blase, yeah.
You know, it's like Bugsy Malone when I've got the ball in one hand and a bit of cheese in the other.
There
she's
you
looking
go.
At me and she's going like, what I want.
Yeah,
but we don't do that in the Spurs talk show. You don't like you don't get all that shit. If someone comes in and be a donut, it's like bounce them out the room, move on. It's not.
Yeah, I don't because I'm not that. Like, I just think
no Spurs
I want to have more fun, mate. I don't want to have
exactly. But it's boring, isn't it? And I've been there's been times I've been in there and it gets to the point where I'm getting anxiety and I'm like, this ain't right. I'm like, fucking.
I love Sava, right? He's a fucking great friend of mine.
I like him.
I've said to him 1,000 times, like, you know, you just got to like stop, like ignore them because they come for you because they know it winds you up. You know, I know, but then he can't do it. You know,
you're feeding their bullshit. You know, really.
He's got so many brilliant trolls. When he gives it up on the 31st of March, maybe we should turn it into a conspiracy show.
Well, you know what? Yeah. I thought about buying that channel because I'm trying to build an empire, but I don't know why I need like 4 different Tottenham channels. I've already bought Henry Wright's and then gave it to the Spurs 5.
Let me buy it. You want
to buy it?
What, football
Yeah,
heritage?
the rabbit hole channel over there.
Yeah, the thing is like I want to do a channel, but I can't be bothered going through all the monetization period of watch hours and stuff like that. A channel like that is perfect, and if it's already got a fucking 10,000 trolls in it, it'd be even better.
What are you going to use it for, though?
I would find something interesting to do with it.
Arguing with trolls.
The thing is, if you're buying someone else, this is like people always ask me, how do you value a channel? Right, because obviously I know this sort of
Give him royalties. Give him royalties. Offers him royalties on
No,
it.
but I would say the thing is that if you're buying into a business that stays the same and it looks like it's like a duck on water, nothing changes, but underneath the surface things are going, then like if I was to buy into Sava's channel, let's say Sava was still there, and I was like, let me buy 50% of your channel or 25% of your channel, right? I'll give you some money, and then you can put it towards buying better tech, better software. You know, got some ideas we can redirect and cannibalize, all that monopolize all that stuff. Then it's worth it, right? It's worth a certain valuation because to the audience, remember that audience is there for Sava. Whereas if you buy a channel for X amount of money and then Sava's not there, and then the next day, all of that old content's ripped away, it's got a new name, a new brand, and it's a new person, that audience is like, who the fuck are you?
The value for,
I was
someone,
thinking
the
that
value
as well. Like,
we know who he is.
Yeah, the value for me would be that it bypasses the whole monetization period. So it wouldn't necessarily mean it could go down to 0 subscribers for all I care, but it would mean that I wouldn't have to go through the 4,000 hour watch time. I wouldn't have to go through.
Hard, mate. It's not that hard. Not that hard to get to.
Well, you say that, but obviously we did it quite quickly on this channel. We've got like 9 videos or whatever. But someone on their own who was looking to sort of branch out into sort of something maybe a little bit more niche, like conspiracies and stuff, it kind of like saves a bit of a ball ache,
Sure,
if he was interested in partaking in a conspiracy kind of show, I would definitely be interested.
Sean, I just want to say your face was fucking priceless when Lubo backdoored his way into your stream the other night.
Mate.
That was like, what the fuck?
I was like, what are we doing here? I was like, well, you got to ask, mate. You don't just fucking enter the stream. It's like you're doing me dry. Put some lube on first, a little bit of that fucking that first,
Non-luboed.
It was absolutely luboed. It was
the look on his face as if he'd like broken into the vault at Fort Knox.
Yeah.
He's a character, though, isn't he?
I was like, dunk. Was that noise you hear when someone joins the stream? You go dunk, and you go, what the fuck? I didn't give this stream note. I thought I'd been hacked again. Turned out it was fucking Lubo.
All right, now we know your factory is. It's Lubo. He's really a fucking hacking agent.
Oh, fucking that's so funny.
He was probably the person originally deleting your videos. He's just putting his shopping lists on there. And
no, that was Stel. That was Stel. Because I said
Stel,
to Stel, because you get 100 every time you set up a new brand thing, you get 100 videos and stuff. And obviously on my Spurs talk show one that I also used for Spurs 5, there's all the videos. But Stel started deleting my content to make room for his own ones, and I was like, "What are you doing? Don't do that. Don't fucking you start your own brand. You start your own fucking 100 things, Anyway, let's get another video going. Let's get another video going, shall we, guys? See where this is going with us. What's this one?
And how come is it every time there's a fucking terrorist attack around the world, they're always known to intelligence services?
Yeah.
I'm sick of fucking hearing about.
Sorry, carry on.
I'm just like, I'm sick of all the civil liberties being stripped around the world. You can't, like Australia, you can't go anywhere without being on CCTV camera. You step 4 kilometres over the speed limit and you get a $500 fine because there's fucking cameras everywhere. Revenue raising off every small indiscretion you've ever made. But somehow they can't stop a fucking guy linked to ISIS buying guns. So like, if we're going to have these agencies overreaching with digital IDs and they can't stop it, why should we trust you that you are actually using these powers that you say are in the benefit of the society for the good if you keep failing? Every big terror attack, they were known to police. Well, what were you cunts doing?
Yeah, what were you doing?
Those guys got it all wrong.
Funny.
No, I'm saying it's not like they cannot do it. They want things to happen, right? Yeah. Because when things do happen, it gives them an excuse to implement certain things.
Like, I don't know, Eugene, I think your bias is showing, my man.
What? No. Example, the January thing here in the States. There were like 400 FBI agents in the crowd. They could have easily stopped it, but they didn't. And the reason is they wanted, things to happen. after the fact, right? So same thing with, even we talked about 9/11 and all these incidents that could have been stopped, but they haven't been stopped for certain reasons. So they can stop them, they just don't.
They can
That's
escalate
my
it, you mean?
opinion. Yep.
A lot of the time they orchestrate it. This is what we call false flags.
Allegedly.
They actually orchestrate a lot of these events a lot of the time.
But they did that. They did that with the riots that started off in Tottenham, because when they were trying to, if you remember back, I mean that was propaganda as fuck. They were trying to pass a bit. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember when they cut the university fees, and it was a peaceful protest, and then they believed that there were people in that protest that escalated it. So because when people see the news, the top headline, that's what people look at. The second headline, they don't give a fuck, right? And at the end of the day, when those peaceful protests, they reckon there was people in them crowds that escalated that. So when the second news article came out that, oh, by the way, they passed a bill today that the kids are not getting the funding anymore for the universities and whatnot, people were already seeing, going, look at all them young hooligans smashing the fucking place up. Do you know what I mean?
No, 100%, mate. I completely agree with you. I personally believe that the art of the false flag has been absolutely taken on board by all of the various power plays, and you don't know anymore. And every single time something happens, I think Eugene made a really good point about 3 weeks ago, a month and a half ago, when we were talking about Erika Kirk and Charlie Kirk. And the fact that Eugene was like, if you wanted him dead, there's easier ways to do it, like those directed energy weapons or a dart with a fucking heart attack or whatever else, right? And so on the one hand, you go, yeah, that's true. So therefore, it's not a conspiracy. It's just a guy who's a lunatic, who's been radicalized, who's got a gun, his grandfather's gun or whatever. But then you see all the other people that are kind of going, well, that story doesn't make sense. And here's the 1,000 reasons why. And then you go, that's true as well. And actually, now I know that false flags are used everywhere all the time. Maybe the idea of just killing him without there being a giant conspiracy, maybe that's a conspiracy in itself. Maybe the fact that they could do it that way but don't, maybe they're doing that to make people that would think that you could do it in an easier, more discreet way. And so you end up with this, like, you're at your paralysis by analysis of going, it doesn't make sense that they would do it that way, but it doesn't make sense that they wouldn't do it that way, because there's always the other side of the coin, if that makes sense. And so you end up kind of going, well, I'm not really sure if anything's anything anymore.
Yeah, sometimes the spectacle. Yeah, sometimes the spectacle offers them deniability as well. So when there's like a spectacle moment like that, where it's like in front of all these people, there's like the obvious deniability that, oh, we had nothing to do with this, you know, where it was, they can point the finger somewhere else. Whereas if it isn't so high profile like that, there's always probably more question marks about the culprits, you know, behind it.
Yeah, it was like that. Do you remember that? Do you remember that that famous situation where that it was? I think it was. Oh man, it was early on in Conservative when they took over, and they were cutting. There was someone that was in a black cab, and a pap took a picture, and it had on his thing that they were cutting 150,000 civil servant jobs, right? And it was all blown up in the paper. And then as it went through government, it was something like they went, oh, we're only cutting 50,000. That was leaked on purpose. So then everyone goes, oh, it's only a third as bad as it was.
It's only 50,000.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, no, they just wanted that leaked because they wanted you to think it would, you know what I mean? It's bullshit.
No, it's
sorry, I'll talk pish.
It's every time, like, I guess another big reason is it hijacks the narrative, right? Let's say if there is a protest against a certain thing, and then you go in, send a couple of people who smash up a couple of windows, the narrative changes. Now everybody forgets about the initial point why there was a protest, and they're focusing on looting and robbing and all that kind of stuff. And the CIA has been doing it for decades here in the States. And every time I see something like that, like it's obvious what's happening. So it's, like obviously anybody can commit a random crime, but if a crime happens against a public person, or if the scale is big enough where, you know, you later find out there were FBI agents on the ground, there has to be a reason behind all that. And then a month later, you see there's a bill being passed about cybersecurity or about, you know, terrorism, this and that. Like, it's, yeah, there are no
It's not the
accidents.
top headline. It's not the top headline.
There are no accidents.
Yeah.
Couple of super chats, guys. James is back again. Big up to you, James. Choo, James. Choo to you, my man. Appreciate you very much indeed. 99 pence straight into the Antarctica jar. Appreciate you very much, mate. And CHPRZ. I haven't seen your name. I've seen you on Spurs Talk Show once or twice, mate. You must be a relatively new finder of the network, the empire here. Big up to you, my man. You're becoming a new man. Unless you're someone else who's changed his name. You're a gamer. I remember seeing you a couple of days ago for the first time. Big up to you. I'm not sure what to call you. We'll call you Choops. I think we're going to call you Choops from now on rather than saying your name. Choops it is. Big up to you, Choopsy. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate your membership. We all do. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. The Antarctica trip is on the go. Should we stick another video in, guys? Should we go to the video, the archive? All right, let's see where this one's going.
There's no death certificate. There's no ballistics report. There was no crime scene investigation. There were no paramedics. There were no police swarming it right after. There was a plane that left 30 minutes right after.
You know what? I'll come on with Charlie Kirk today. We've done that one. I'm doing that bit bored of Charlie Kirk.
This is Argentina, Patagonia. This gets very strange, and I'll walk you through it. On December 9th, Malay, their president, announces foreigners can buy Argentinian land and develop it after fires. The next month, Patagonia is burning. Watch this.
En cuanto a tierras rurales, se libera la compra por parte de privados extranjeros.
This was last month.
También se elimina la prohibición de cambiar la actividad productiva del campo por 30 a 60 años tras un incendio, una ley del...
They announce foreigners can buy Argentinian land after fires, and a month later, huge fires start in Patagonia. Listen to what this man says.
Estamos sorprendidos de que nos prendan fuego a la Patagonia. Sabemos que es a propósito, lo tenemos recontra en claro que hay poderes que están del lado, tienen un interés inmobiliario, tienen interés minero, y es algo que ya últimamente lo hacen en nuestra cara y ni siquiera lo disimulan. No tienen nada, o sea, no lo disimulan porque tienen todo de su lado.
This is where it gets crazier. Argentinians are pointing to Israelis. And to this, a local resident in El Chalten, I think it is, reported spotting 2 foreign tourists, identified as Israeli based on witness accounts and later confirmed via accommodation records, building a small campfire under vegetation in a prohibited forest area on or around January 5th to 7th, 2026. The resident confronted them, made them extinguish it, and reported it to the park rangers and border police. The tourists fled but were not arrested. Authorities are investigating via photos, videos, and records. Watch this video.
Pero lo que más te duele es el alma y el corazón cuando ves a la gente que se quedó sin nada, cuando ves los animales muertos. Nosotros hacemos colecta, yo no puedo ni hablar de la angustia que tenemos, nosotros vivimos acá. Este lugar para nosotros es el paraíso y nos quemaron el paraíso, loco. Nos dejaron, arruinaron todo. Y acá lo que pasa es que están queriendo venderle la Patagonia a todos los judíos, loco. Esto se sabe hace un montón. Acá todo el mundo lo sabe, está lleno de israelitas, está todo el mundo comprando la tierra. Nadie hace nada y la única gente que pone el pecho es la gente que perdió todo. Acá nos dejaron solos.
Now it's still early, but I think that's interesting to take note of. Nobody has been convicted or arrested yet, and the people who committed this arson are yet to be found. So it's speculation. I think it's important we report what people on the ground are saying and their concerns. Also, we shouldn't ignore the fact that there was Israelis spotted making campfires under vegetation in prohibited areas in Patagonia during the height of summer. Important to note.
I feel like you've poked me.
You poked me.
Eugene, I'll let Eugene go first. Go on, mate.
Surprised he's still in.
It's just funny. It always comes back to, you know, the same people every time. There is, you know, something happens.
There's a reason why.
You know, it's the Israelis, the Jews. By the way, I don't think an Argentinian would know what an Israeli looks like. Like, I don't know. It's very.
Pharaoh does, doesn't he? He knows what an Israeli looks
By the way,
like.
a disclaimer.
Okay, go on.
A disclaimer. I
John.
really feel bad for Argentinians. However, if there was allegedly some Israelis doing stuff to Argentina, and we know who is in Argentina or who wasn't in Argentina,
Adolf Hitler.
and a lot of these people are descendants
Oh
of.
fuck! Okay, so new angle.
No, that's my angle. So I'm not gonna feel.
Israel's getting revenge on Argentina for.
No, me. No, I am.
Okay, you are. Okay, so you're saying fuck Argentina.
I feel really bad.
You harbored the biggest war criminal.
Of course.
Yeah,
I've actually done extensive research into this, right? The Patagonia thing is very interesting. It's come across my radar. Since Malay changed the laws in Argentina and Patagonia in particular about foreigners owning land, which was in January this year, of all of the sales, 85% have been bought by one nationality and 10% from another nationality. Now, I'm not going to say which ones, but 85% of them.
Say the 10%, because we all know the
85%. 10% is Americans, and 85% is of another nationality who were then mentioned in that video there who were setting fires.
The Irish.
The Irish. I'm just saying there's no smoke without fire.
Okay, hold on. So
it's interesting stuff. It's what we do here. We bring interesting information. We got to chew through it though.
It's scandalous, actually. There's a lot of videos online. There's actually a lot of videos online of actually first-hand accounts of people living in Patagonia that say it very directly. They talk about the Israelis are taking over this country. It's our beautiful country, and even these guys crying in the videos there who speak Spanish mention them
because they watch the channel, so they know if anything happens, it's the Jews. So. No, but
wait, I'm just saying that if they bought up 85% of the land after the bunch of their nationals have set fires in the forest, this is a conspiracy channel. That's 2 and 2 and 4, right?
No, but why set the fire? Like, what's the point of setting fire?
Because they're buying cheap land. When it's set on fire,
the law has changed that foreigners cannot buy the land, but they can buy the land
after it's
been set on fire.
So that's
and they've done more land sales.
By the way, the extension of the conspiracy theory, if you really want to go into the weird, the extension of the conspiracy theory is people are saying that it's by design that in a certain point in the not too distant future, whether that is 10 years, 30 years, whatever, that there is going to be a nuclear war that wipes out, most of Europe, right? This is what the Freemason fella, the head of Freemasonry that had a statue in America, I forget his name, said that there's nearly what's his name, Nikos?
Malcolm X.
No. He was in the 1800s. He was like proper satanic Luciferian Freemason.
What, Weishaupt? Adam Weishaupt?
No. This was an American guy. I'll think of his name in a second. Anyway, he said there'd be 3 world wars, right? And he predicted the first, predicted the second, and the rationale for both. He said the third would be there's in Europe there's going to be a religious war between Islam and the West, and it orchestrated by the Jews, by Israel, by the new Israel, right? And he said that all of this stuff is going to consequence with basically, the vast majority of Israel, vast majority of Europe wiped out. And so if you're someone that's planning for that shit in however long it is, 10, 20, 30 years time, where do you want to live?
Yeah.
Right. And where you want to live is in the place that's furthest away from the west to east wind travel. And we know that the wind moves from west to east. That's the North Atlantic Drift. And the place that you want to be is Argentina. So this whole Patagonia play, if you really want to get into the weeds with it, the Patagonia play is because that is the area of the world that you would want to live in if you know that in 30 years' time there's going to be a nuclear war because all of the wind moves from west to east. You don't want to be in Russia. If Russia think that they're going to blow up London, guess what happens? We all die, but the wind goes that way. So all of the fucking fallout, all of the wind takes all of the fallout back towards them. If
Also,
Israel or anybody else is behind any of that shit, and they think that there's going to be a third world war that involves nuclear fallout, they want to be in Patagonia because the wind starts there and doesn't finish there.
Patagonia is one of the most enriched areas in the world of rare earth metals that has been untouched because of its like picturesque landscape. It's had a protection over it for a long time. So people and these big companies that come in and exploit these sort of types of rare earth metals, they haven't been allowed to touch it. But now, since these laws have changed, they are allowed to touch it because they're allowed to buy the land.
But
So it's not just Sean's right that it's obviously a very good idyllic sort of place to live because of how beautiful it is and the climate and stuff. But one of the things that people aren't sort of appreciating is that if you own the land there, you can actually start digging underneath it and acquiring these rare earth metals, which are getting very, very expensive very, very quickly.
But again, I just ask questions. Just like my point about Charlie Kirk's murder. I'm just, Occam's razor. If you're Israel or whatever, and you can have all this technology, you're gonna send some two doofuses who were caught by some goat herders. Like, you would run a more sophisticated operation.
Full guys. They're the full guys.
This.
They're the full guys. They're the full guys.
Maybe the lack of sophistication is the psyop in and of itself, because maybe they realise that people are wising up, and the obvious answer is that those people could do something a lot more sophisticated. And the fact that they didn't. That's the point I'm making, Eugene. I'm at the point now where you can justify the sophistication, and you can also justify the lack of sophistication.
Hold on. Let's play this out. Scenario 1, a fire randomly starts. Nobody knows why. Interesting. Scenario 2, oh, where are you from? I'm an Israeli. I have fire. I'm going to start a fire right now. Go and tell all your friends.
Sure. Yeah, and that's fine too. So maybe it's not them.
I'm just saying.
Maybe it's China, and they're blaming the
It's
Israelis.
documented.
I don't
It
know.
is documented,
I'm
though.
just saying that something weird's happening in Patagonia. Eugene, I'm with you, my man. I'm with you. We are in the post-truth, the post-obvious era. Okay, where everyone thinks now that everything is a conspiracy, and the smartest minds in the room, of which the conspiracy theorists are not, but the people that are conducting the conspiracies are, because they've already got the money, so they haven't got to go and do a 9-to-5 digging ditches or being a plumber or being a content creator. They just sit in some room somewhere and figure out the best way to fool everybody into this constant thing. I'm not saying it is Israel. I'm saying that maybe the fact that it looks like it's Israel, maybe that's a psyop from somewhere else. Maybe that's China doing this shit, going, the best thing we can do right now? We'll go and hire some fucking people that look like they could be Israelis, that put on a decent Israeli accent, and then we'll get them to do it. But actually, we're the ones that are buying it. Who the fuck knows? I'm just saying.
So it sends people off the scent.
Yeah, I'm saying there's like 4D chess going on all over the place.
But look what happened in was it Hollywood and Hawaii with the fires? I mean,
or in Los Angeles, same thing. Like
Hawaii, Los Angeles.
The Chinese will be buying the land. The Chinese will be buying the land.
Yeah, but maybe they are through like shell company.
How do we don't know what's happening.
It says there's private property. So when I did the research onto it, there was like there was no Chinese anywhere.
But you don't have to see Chinese ownership.
So I'm just saying. All I'm saying is the people that are buying it are national Israelis. They 85% attributed to consulting January.
Maybe they're people that happen to, maybe the smartest people in the world know how to sell a story. Again, I don't know. I'm just saying the fact that the law changed, and the fact that the fire started, and the fact that the locals are saying something's going on here, and this is what we're seeing, that I think we can trust there's something going on. What the source and the genesis of it, I'm sure there's 4D chess. I'm sure, no disrespect to you four, I'm including myself in it. The 5 of us probably aren't smart enough to know the source.
Speak for yourself.
But it could be anything. You understand my point, right?
But they play the long game. Trying to play the long game.
It's sad.
I believe that they always have. They play the long game. So like where all shit's happening in the world, I believe they're setting up for the fallout all the time of how they can deal with the fallout of all the fucking shit after, and they'll make their money that way. Because look at our, we've got most of our bridges.
Start today and rule the world tomorrow, Adam. It takes a bit of time. You know what I mean?
Exactly. They play the long game, but then they own a lot of our fucking bridges and shit like that.
Yeah.
like Dartford Tunnel. Like,
Yeah,
like
all of the 5G antennas, every single 5G antenna in the UK has Huawei technology in it.
Yeah.
Who the fuck owns that? China.
Exactly.
Israel. Oh, sorry.
You remember the Dartford Tunnel? I thought the Dartford Tunnel was owned by French people. I thought the Dartford Tunnel was
That's a
French.
funny moment. I'm putting a hat on.
Eugene coming
No,
in.
by the way, actually, by the way, Nikos, you might be right. I'm not even like, I have no idea. Just
Look at him with the
personally,
donut.
I'm a fan. I like very like interesting and complicated conspiracies, with like nuanced conspiracies, which makes me like think and wonder. When there is a guy saying, "Hey, I'm from Israel and I'm carrying a torch and I'm going to start a fire," to me that sounds too
No, but that's
simple
the
to be a
point.
conspiracy.
Point,
Something else is
Eugene.
going on behind the scenes.
Maybe it's like a double agent, in as much as the Israelis are going, do you know what? There's people out there like Eugene that are smart enough to know that it looks a little bit dumb to make it obvious that it's Israel. So if we actually say who we are, then maybe these sophisticated conspiracy theorists, maybe they're going to say it's so obvious that it's Israel that it clearly isn't Israel, it's actually China, whereas in reality it was Israel along, and they're thinking that you're going to get this is where we're going.
So we're now in the territory of saying that Israel are basically, China are basically trying to make Israel the bad guy of the world. That's what
Israel wants to do it, but they're hoping that if they make it obvious that it's Israel, that the smartest of the conspiracy theorists, like Eugene over there, that they're going to say it's too obvious. It's so obvious it can't be Israel. It must be China. But actually, it really is Israel. But you know, this is what we're doing here. Okay, like everyone's playing. I don't know what dimension of chess we're on now, but it's like 6 or 7D chess. It's phenomenal stuff. But it's phenomenal stuff.
The 10%,
in the end, what it actually was Patagonians. It's actually the Patagonians that did it because they wanted a conspiracy.
So the 10% that's being bought by Americans is actually being bought by Germans.
Yeah, 100%. Adolf Hitler. It all comes back to him, baby. It all comes back to him. And as Nikos said before, right? He wasn't such a what do you say? He was an interesting guy. No, cool guy. You said.
No comment.
I wonder if we can ask ChatGPT, if somebody in the chat can do the homework. Out of all the conspiracies out there in the history of civilization, how many of those conspiracies have been attributed to Jews or Israel? I bet you it's like 80%. Charlie Kirk gets killed, Israel. Fire, Israel. Earthquake, Israel. You know, something else.
I have to ask the question. I just want to do a little bit of simple math here. Now,
like in the States, for example, who are doctors, lawyers, right? Same thing with Chinese and Japanese. So it's cultural, like it's a cultural thing to study, to go into certain fields. It's cultural. So, for example, in a Jewish family, you're expected to do certain things. If you're in a Chinese family, you're expected to do certain things. Same thing in the Japanese family, right? Because I know Russian, Ukrainian, Eastern European, it's the opposite. Nobody cares. You can go, with all due respect to my, other people, you can go get drunk all day, do nothing, and then blame somebody else because you're poor, right? So there's a cultural pressure, to do certain things. So that's why you see a disproportionate number of Jews who win Nobel Prizes, who are doctors, lawyers. But same thing goes for Indians, Chinese, Japanese, all these cultures who stress education. So that's a big part of it.
There's a billion Indians. By the way, I see people in the chat saying careful. Like I'm not saying anything anti anything here. I'm just saying, like, in my experience, I worked in finance. Right? Everybody in the finance game is Jewish. Not everybody, but like ridiculous. And I've like met tens of thousands. No, that's an extreme. I met over 1,000 people in my career in finance. The vast majority of them are Jewish. They are, right? They are. They just are. And you, like, sorry, the numbers don't number. They don't. Like this idea that there's 12 million people, which is like the size of Belgium. I don't know any Belgian people. I've never met anyone from Belgium. I don't know anyone from Holland, and that has twice as many people as allegedly are existence in the Jewish. This is not like a question. I'm not questioning anything. I'm just saying, like, the official numbers are that 14 or 12 to 14 million people exist in the world that are Jewish. I don't buy it. I'm sorry. I do not believe it for a fucking second. And I'm not questioning what happened in the Holocaust at all. Like, it's horrendous. And someone's saying, surely your mate's Johnny's Jewish, he's not going to be happy. Like, I'm not. This is not anti anything. This is just like basic fucking like experience. Basic experience. I think that there's a fuck ton more Jewish people in the world than 12 million. Is that why is that a bad thing to say?
16 million.
I think
16 million. Whatever. Why is that? Is that how is that a bad thing to say that? That I think that there's more people there than 16 million.
It's not. It's not a bad thing. It's very reasonable, actually. But like I said, if you wanted to be one of the most protected people on the planet, you'd make out to be a minority. And that's like,
don't come for Sean.
I think I noticed. Do you know what?
Eugene.
Do you know what? When I moved to America from England, someone said to me, "You're going to notice something very different when you move to America to what you've experienced living in Essex in England, right?" And I was like, because the guy that said this to me, he used to live in America, right? And he's English. And he said to me that one thing that you'll notice a very big difference is that where you live in England, and I didn't notice it until I got out there, but when you're living in England and you tell people, oh, like I've got a promotion or I'm buying a house or I'm with this girl now or anything good, even sometimes your own friends and people around you, they can seem to be happy for you, but really there's this underlining. There's this underlining, right? Sometimes with certain people, there's an underlining. And like I noticed that when I moved to America, it was like whenever I was meeting new people, because I'm a social person, I was meeting new people, they all wanted me to do well. They all wanted to support me to do well. There was such a big thing. And then if you look at the saying, like the way I see it is that the only time you can ever look down on a person is if you're willing to pull them up, right? I believe that the only time you can ever look down on a person is if you're willing to pull them up.
100%.
If you're looking down on a person and you're not, then you're wrong.
Love
and
that.
At the end of the day, if you take that to the Jewish thing, is that the fallout of everything that's happened in the past. At the end of the day, I think there's a real unity there. There's a real unity there where businesses and everything will be supported. And I feel like with other situations, or like, for example, I used to do air conditioning and I used to do it in London years ago. And I remember fitting these air conditioning. It was in Farringdon Road in London. I don't know if you know it. And it was the most bizarre setup ever. And they had these octagon tables where this woman would stand in the middle, and she would serve drinks. And we asked the guy who owned it. We'd be like, well, is it like card playing or whatever? He said no. People would come in that were Chinese and sit around the table, and there would be this beautiful girl in this place was amazing, by the way. And he said they would bid against each other to get the conversation of this woman. And I was like, what? I was like, that just blows my fucking mind, right? But then it was like a real competition of I'm more powerful than you, where I feel like with the Jewish side of things, I feel like that they're very tight knit. They're tight knit.
100% they are. 100% they are. But not because I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think that if they've been persecuted for generations and for hundreds of years, and they think that they're attacked from left and right and center, then they're gonna stick together. 100%. Like the way Jose Mourinho used to sort of talk about it's us against the world, right? Like everyone's out against us. Let's stick together and we'll manifest into something bigger. I got no problem with that at all. I think that like if I would love to be part of a fraternity where everyone looked out for each other. It's the same like concept as the Freemasons, right? If you're a Freemason, you do your secret handshake and you go and do initiation. but ultimately it's just a boys' club where everyone goes and drinks and walks from blacks and white
I've
squares or
got
whatever.
family
But
members that
ultimately,
are Freemasons. Yeah.
right. So, but those guys just like, you know, oh, you're a plumber, you're a marketing agency, you're an electrician. You know, I'll help you out. I'll make sure that anyone who needs to know, I'll get you involved. You know, but I've got no problem with that at all. Like, of
There's
course,
pros
like
and cons.
birds of a feather stick together. 100%, no problem at all. And I'm not saying there's any issue at all with what with any of that. Got no. But when I ran a business, my marketing agency that I had to lose because of the hack, every single one of my clients, every single one of them was Jewish American, Israeli American, right? Israeli American. So again, like my experience is just that, like, I have walked into the path of far too many Israeli American Jewish people to be able to think that there's only a few million of them on the planet. That's my
to play devil's advocate. Your number is based on the 6 million, right? So you're basically subtracting the 6 million that was.
No, that's what I read. I asked ChatGPT. I said, how many Jews were there before World War II? And they said X.
Exactly.
I said, how many people died? They said X. I said, okay, so that means how many are left now? And they said this. And I said, how did you get to that number? And they said, because of natural reproductive rates between that particular point in time and now. And I just don't buy it.
The only official independent analysis that happened after that in 1946 was from the Red Cross, and they evaluated it at around about 200,000. So just to play devil's advocate, if the official number of 6 million is wrong and that Red Cross independent review is correct, then there actually would probably be a higher reproduction number than what you're estimating, which would make it a little more plausible.
Well,
just the number of Jews from Eastern Europe, from Poland, from Ukraine, that like were displaced out. It's more than that. It's millions.
Yeah, I'm just saying the only independent analysis of the numbers from the Red Cross, which is documented, is around about 200,000. That's the only independent one.
Can I ask you a question? Eugene, when you like say you're communicating with someone and they don't know that you're Jewish, if after that you tell them that they are, do you feel that you're ever treated any different? Sorry, is that a bit personal?
Oh no. I mean, honestly, in the States, no, because the beauty of the US, everybody's an immigrant, right? However, when we were in Ukraine, on our passport, it said that you're Jewish in the passport. My parents in the 80s, they could not attend a university in the city because they were Jewish. In school, they couldn't get an A in their classes or the best grade because they're Jewish. So there was that's in the 80s. There was a structural racism or anti-Semitism in Russia and Ukraine. So that's why we left as refugees to the States from Ukraine. So in Ukraine, Russia, even now, yes, for sure. I'm sure in Europe, I'm sure it's also different. But in Europe, it's Europe is different. In the States now, I don't feel it. It's the other way around, right? I feel like a lot of Jews here, they impose kind of their fears, their views on others, just, because a lot of them have lived through a lot of shit. So now they're superly defensive. But to answer your question, I felt that in the past. Now I don't. However, it's coming back a bit online. And when when I'm in Europe or when I talk to even people who come to the States from Ukraine right now, I could sense that, in them, it's cultural.
Can I just interrupt for a second, guys? Right, there's a couple of people in the comment section that are clearly offended by this conversation. Okay, if this isn't for you, it's not for you. Oh, listen, this is a conspiracy theory, fun, light-hearted place. No one here has got any problem with anybody. We're just talking about things that are in the political zeitgeist. If you only come here because you like Tottenham and you don't want to be offended because this isn't your stuff, then don't be here. But don't tell me who to platform. Don't tell me what to do. I'm not the sort of geezer that is going to take advice from people in the chat about because someone's saying something that they don't agree with. Okay, this isn't it.
This isn't the place for that, and I'm not the sort of guy that takes those sorts of things in the way that you intend. You're not going to police the conversation, okay? If the channel gets shut down because we mention about fucking the wrong conspiracy or whatever else, so be it. Couldn't give a fuck, okay? Couldn't give a fuck. This thing is, I mess around with the whole cancellation thing all day long. It is what it is, okay?
Right.
But do not fucking come here and tell me who can and cannot be on this channel, and don't tell us what we can and cannot talk about. We're not saying anything offensive. We're just talking about things that are in the zeitgeist, okay? There's a lot of people that think a certain thing, that want to talk about a certain thing. We explore it with an open mind and an open heart. No one's being offensive. If you're offended, that doesn't mean we are offensive, okay? That's a you problem, not an us problem. If you don't like it, fuck off, okay? End of story. You're not like, you can come back to Spurs Talk Show and talk Tottenham, but you ain't coming on this channel for the first time today. I've never seen you in here before, and now you come in here saying, what are you doing? Don't be platforming this and that. Go fuck yourselves, okay? Whilst free speech still exists, this channel is going to participate as we want to. If you don't like it, fuck right off.
And just
Something else, George, you're starting to sound like Sarah.
Oh. No, to add to this, nothing is worse than somebody who gets offended for somebody else. Like, if I don't get offended when people talk about me.
Eugene's our boy, right?
No, but I'm just saying, like, people get offended because somebody said something else about somebody else. Like, no. Like, just.
I love different cultures, and I like to ask questions. And I think that if you're willing to sit on a platform with each other, I mean, I don't know if that was to do with the question I just asked you, but I'm just
sorry, nothing to do with it. People in the comments are like fucking are making assumptions. No one here's got a problem with anyone, okay? Me, myself, like I said, okay? I've grown up around people that have a certain background. I work, my partners on the YouTube space have a certain thing. There's somebody else in the Tottenham community called me a certain name because I had a fallout with one of their friends who happened to be of a certain faith. Not because he was of that faith, but because the guy was a fucking see you next Tuesday. Okay, and then I had people going around saying Butler's an anti this and that. I said, why? Because I think that guy's a prick. I wouldn't care if he was black, white, Asian, Chinese. And I don't give a fuck the guy's a prick on a personal level. I don't care. I've said this 1,000 times. Worship who you want to worship. Fuck who you want to fuck. I don't care if you're gay, straight, or into fucking animals. I don't care if you are. If you changed your fucking sex. I don't care about. You do you. Don't tell me how to be me, and don't tell us how to fucking talk on this channel. You don't like it? Fuck off. I'm sick and tired of people thinking they can police content. Fuck off. It drives me up the fucking wall. It really does. Sorry.
We're here for the truth. We're here for the truth. Not offend anybody. We're just here for the truth. That's all. Just facts are facts, and
we're just spitballing, mate. We're just spitballing.
The only thing that's offensive is that
I didn't mean that. That's weird. If someone was into animals, that's a bit fucking weird, to be honest. I'll take that one back. It just came out in the ad lib, They came out in the ad lib. Sorry, True. That's weird. If you're into that, then you can go as well. 100%.
How's Bugsy, by the way, Sean?
She's all right, mate. Yeah, I didn't realise she. So my mum came around this morning when I was in bed, and she gave the dog her new worming tablet, and that always affects her. But I didn't know she'd had it. So when I saw the vomit everywhere and she was having a bit of a meltdown, I thought it was something more serious. But it was just her general reaction. Should we change the topic, guys, and go do one more video? Should we move it on?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go see what this is. I hope this. I've got none of these names, so I really hope that this isn't something about a certain.
Oh, what a funny one!
Yeah, let's do
about the Irish.
What's this one?
Have you heard of the contract between the Vatican and the King of England? Listen to this.
A lot of people do not know the Vatican made a contract with the King of England back in the Middle Ages, where the Pope said that he declared himself the vicar of Christ. The word vicar in Latin simply means someone who stands in for someone else. Today we know the Pope is the vicar of Christ. What does that mean? According to the Vatican concept that God created the whole heavens and he created the earth, he gave the earth to Jesus, his son, but since Jesus is not here right now, somebody has to run the earth. So consequently the Pope is going to stand in for him till he gets here, right? So he's the vicar of Christ. However, the Pope is very busy and he doesn't have time, so he made a contract between the King of England and the papacy in which the Pope set up the whole world in a trust and gave it to the King of England to rule the world. And at that time, the people who were called English became known as British. British comes from a Hebrew word, berith. In Hebrew, the word berith is a contract or a covenant. And ish in Hebrew means man or men. Therefore, berith-ish, contract man. This is why in the Western world, anything you're going to do in business requires a contract. That's the way the Vatican set it up. All international banking is based on contract. Consequently, all international banking law is based on Vatican canon law. Now, how many people know that?
The Vatican is Rome, and they used religion to take over the world. You can never change my mind. Peace and love, y'all.
That's like a kind of I forget what that guy's name is, but he's like the
Jordan
new
Maxwell.
Jordan Maxwell. That's it. Jordan Maxwell is like the an old school version of Liam Rosinia, you know, when he goes like, what does manage mean? It means to age men. That's what I do. Am I a manager? Am I a coach? No, I'm aging men, and that's what we do here. He's just invoking the old Jordan Maxwell, looking at old British means British, which means contract.
He's quality. He's quality. He's
brilliant. Has
brilliant.
anyone here ever been to the Vatican?
Yeah, me.
Yep.
Look, I've been there, and I'll be honest, man. That was an eye opener. That was an eye opener.
Did you go to the museum, the Vatican Museum?
Yeah, and do you know what? One thing I took my youngest child, Leo, right?
Yes.
He was 3 months old. 3 months old when I took him there, and you never see in Rome anyone with a buggy with a baby. I'm telling you that now. You don't. But you know what? When you go anywhere in Rome and you've got a buggy and a baby, the security just go bambino, and they just push everyone aside, and you just go straight through the queues. So,
I didn't know that. I'm taking a buggy next time.
I was
I
was disappointed by Vatican. It was very
really
weird. It's like you're in the presence of all these like amazing masterpieces, but then somebody's trying to sell you a cup with a picture of the Pope. Everywhere you go, there's like souvenirs everywhere. It's ruining the whole experience. You see the Michelangelo and cups with a picture of the Pope for like £5 or whatever. It's like, come on, guys.
I ain't gonna lie. I went in the Sistine Chapel and
It was nice.
cried. I cried like a baby, man.
But so what's the guy's point? I don't get. Oh, sorry. Like, what was the point of this dude?
The world was promised to the King of England, and the King of England to rule the world.
But isn't the King of England is not Catholic? So why would he make a contract with the Pope?
He's German.
He's German, but the conspiracy is that the King of England was hijacked in the last 100 years. So the real King of England is not actually the King of England. The real King of England actually lives in Australia, believe it or not.
Oh, I've seen that documentary. I've seen that. And the geezer went to take his hair, went to take a hair of the lady, and rather than like plucking it with the root, he cut it. And he was like, it's the guy that does the old archaeological back in the 90s and early noughties. He did like a BBC documentary of doing archaeological digs in the UK, finding like Roman ruins. And then he did this thing where he went to Australia and he tracked down like there was an illegitimate child from one of the kings back in like the 1800s, and they followed that particular person's genealogy, and they go over and meet them, and they're like some bogan family in the middle of like, I don't know, fucking like Brisbane somewhere. And they're like, we actually think that you are the rightful heir.
Yeah, you're the real King of England.
Like, yeah, mate. Listen, I mean, sounds interesting, but I don't know. I don't really think they're going to give us up the fucking crown jewels. And
he's been in court. He's been in court for about 20 years trying to get the throne. Like he's legal birthright. So he's actually trying to fight in court, but obviously the maritime law in England won't acknowledge the fact that there's actually a different lineage that actually is the real birthright of the King of England. So long story short, there's a lot of evidence to provide that the real people that own the thrones in England are not actually the people that would have been promised this.
So I watched that entire documentary, and right at the end, the guy goes, "Can I take one of your hairs, and we'll take it back to the UK and do the DNA testing on it?" And she was like, "Okay, then." And they decided to cut the hair rather than pluck it from the scalp. And then, like, I was like, oh, where's this going? Where's this guy? I was so enthused. I was like, where's this going? And then at the end of the show, they went, unfortunately, it was just like a black screen with a bit of text. Unfortunately, the host cut the hair of whoever rather than plucking it from the scalp, and so unfortunately DNA testing wasn't available or whatever. I was like, oh, is that it? How about you just get her to pluck the fucking hair and send it over, or do the DNA test? But obviously someone somewhere went, listen, mate, we're gonna quieten this one down because there's a lot of people here that are powerful and they don't really want to give up their right to the throne. You know,
Mate, can you imagine if evidence had been in that guy's favour, and suddenly, like in a couple of days' time, you see him at Buckingham Palace, and Camilla's there, and he's going, "Oi, Camilla, go and get us a Foster's, love. Come back."
Hey, Camille girl, get us a couple of Castlemaine 4X.
And instead of corgis, there's like some blue heeler Australian fucking herding dogs going around the palace chasing the Neighbours is on. Every time someone comes up to the gate, you neighbours. In that Bogan family in the trailer park.
Yeah. Oh, good day, mate.
The conspiracy is that the Rothschild family managed to integrate themselves into the royal lineage in England. So the Rothschild family, there's a lot of like photo comparisons of what Lord Rothschild looked like with what Prince William looks like. So somewhere in the last,
I've seen that. I'm not sure about that.
At least I'm not talking bollocks. If you've seen it, I'm not talking bollocks. But at least somewhere in the last 100 years, there's been some type of infiltration from the Rothschild family into the royal heritage of Britain. So the people
I think there might be something to that. But the picture that they've taken of Prince William and the picture they've taken of Lord Rothschild, like they've managed to pick two very specific frames where they both have that kind of look, right? And then because both of them are bald. I mean, I genuinely think that I could take a picture of Lubo in a specific a specific like snapshot, and I'd make him look like fucking Lord Rothschild, Lord Lubo the Third. Anyway, let's move on.
Interesting, very interesting.
It is interesting, 100%. 100% it's interesting. Well, what's this one?
This is.
We've done that one. That was good.
Oh.
What's this one here?
Good job!
Wait, this is not real. I mean, is it?
What the fuck was that?
Yeah. What is this?
Maduro. But I might have another video somewhere about Maduro apparently changed outfit 4 times during the night.
12 hours.
Yeah, the picture of him getting ushered out of Venezuela, then the picture of him getting off the same helicopter that he was rushed in onto, wearing a different outfit. Then there was an outfit of him like an hour later getting out of the helicopter into a car, and then one when he gets out of the car into somewhere else, and he's wearing 4 different outfits the entire time. You seen that?
Wait, there's one outfit where he's wearing a Nike Tech hoodie, and it's the brand new line that was released that week on Nike, and Nike sold it out 5 times over in 2 weeks. It's like a massive marketing campaign for Nike hoodies.
The whole Maduro thing is fucking weird.
TV show that evening.
Mate, if we're all on board with the Maduro thing, let's not ever complain if another country decides to come and kidnap the president of America. Like, let's not do that, because if you can just go and kidnap sovereign countries' presidents just because you don't agree with what they're doing or they're alleged to have done something without being prosecuted, like, let's not ever get on the bandwagon that it's okay to go and steal presidents from other countries. Because if China come and done it to America and took Trump in the back of a van and started parading him around in Shanghai, can't imagine what the fallout would be. But
I don't know. They can come and take out if they want.
Yeah, in Nike hoodies, they get knocked out from sweatshops. Yeah, like, mate, honestly, it's scandalous. Like, it's just not diplomatic at all. There's no diplomacy.
Trump has lost all. I've lost all respect for Trump.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey, careful.
No.
My president.
Mate, you can't do that, mate. Like, you can't just go and steal presidents from countries because you don't agree with what they want and start selling their land off without any, like, Like,
Trump is fucking outrageous, mate. What he's doing
is pretty crazy.
He's outrageous. Like the manipulation of the money markets, the fact that his son, Barron Trump, put out a short on Bitcoin an hour before Donald Trump tweeted, and he made something like $400 million in the space of 3 hours. It's out fucking outrageous. It's outrageous, mate. And don't even get me started on fucking Greenland.
Insider trading, wouldn't they?
Hey,
Mate,
the Greenland fucking disgrace. Like Donald Trump is just a nut. Like he did a brilliant job selling the fucking MAGA thing. It's not MAGA. It's make Trump great again. Make Trump's wealthy forever.
What annoys me about the Trump thing?
Sean, you know what that means anyway. That's fucking mage, isn't it? That's a wizard. That's an old word. Marga. It comes from mage.
Oh, here we go. This is where Teflon comes in with some
bit of Latin here. Here we go.
I was in a film, and I was called a mage in the film, and we were all in fucking robes and all that and chanting, and the guy Mordred in the middle was doing all these black magic, and then suddenly you get all these Marga hats. The word Marga is it's obvious what it is, and they're trying to say, oh, it's make America great again. It fucking isn't.
Well, it is. It's MAGA, so that's what it stands for.
Yeah, it's an acronym, but it might also mean something else, like double meanings, I guess, as well.
Mage and Marga, go look it up.
Do you know my biggest piss off with recently with the things he said was what he said about with the troops that we had in Afghan.
Fuck that, dickhead. What you said then, fuck that.
But you know what? I don't even like how Starmer defended it, because when he said about was it 457 people that we lost, and then he said also the people injured. Do you know what? I know someone that didn't get injured, break their leg, or they didn't get unalived, but they were a driver and they were driving through an area, and you know what they do in countries like that, where they get like kids to walk out in the street to stop you, and they ambush you. And he had something put against his head, and that person said, keep fucking driving. And he had to keep driving. Now, why weren't the people that are like mentally fucked from that? Like forget about the people injured and killed. What about the other people? Like that. I felt like that was a real undermining of that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Mate, well, listen, like the guy's he's a disgrace saying that. He's an absolute disgrace saying that. Like,
but even Keir Starmer's
it was his fucking country's problem, right? If 9/11 was the story in which it was as it was presented, which it fucking wasn't, but if it was the story as it was presented, then a NATO country gets attacked, right? And then everybody else has to go and join. And then he's undermining the value of the fucking contribution of the countries that weren't attacked. And yet now he's sitting there saying, well, if NATO's going to exist, then Europe either has to stand on their own 2 feet, or they're going to have to do as we say. You ungrateful fucking prick, Trump.
Whoa.
Hang on, Eugene. All right. When was the last time that the UK had to beg for fucking help from the rest of NATO? When was the last time Germany did? When was the last time Denmark or Norway or Sweden or any of the other countries did? America fucking told George W. Bush and the weapons of mass destruction, that whole absolute fucking bollocks that was made up by George W. Bush and his fucking Donald Rumsfeld, that demonic little cunt. Excuse my French, getting demonetized for sure now. But we went to war on their bullshit behalf, and then 20 years later, because of all the destabilization that happened in the Middle East, because of all of that shit in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Somalia, everywhere else, Europe is flooded with the consequences of it. And that fucking orange-faced little prick, that corrupt dickhead, has the audacity to turn around and undermine the sacrifice that British, German, and European troops put in and said it was us on the front line, everybody else in the back. Fuck him. Fuck his lack of gratitude, and I genuinely think he can go to fucking hell. I'm sorry. I think that was outrageous. I know people that died, I know people that lost loved ones in that war. The lack of gratitude and respect for what Europe did for their bullshit lies is outrageous. He needs to apologize and recognize that he's just a fucking donut who is incredibly fortunate to be where he is, and he needs to fucking wind his neck in because he's getting out of control.
If not for
Even
us,
what
you
he
guys
said
would be
about
speaking German.
Even what he said about World War II, I'm not being funny. Like, they could have stepped in any time, and at the end of the day, they profited out of it. And at the end of the day, if it weren't for them sleeping on a Sunday morning, they wouldn't have even got involved. They would have just continued to profit because it wasn't on their doorstep. But you know what I mean?
But look, hold on. So here is the point again. It's
We're
like
going
with
off
Elon.
piece there, aren't
I don't care about Trump and
That's
his
what we
whole,
do here. That's what we
all
do
of
here,
them.
Adam.
He's corrupt. He is this. I know, like he is insane. All the shit that he says. However, if you look at Europe, the leadership is a disgrace. You guys have completely the leadership destroyed Europe. You guys have free healthcare, right? You guys have free. You're like semi-socialism in large parts of Europe. Here in the States, people have no insurance, health insurance. People don't have
free healthcare.
A lot of them. So
We don't
why
have
do we need to
healthcare.
pay
That's
for
a
NATO?
fallacy.
Why do we need to pay for bases in Germany or whatever else, right? You guys, you pay for yourself. We pay for self. Again,
pay us back for us having to go to war for your bullshit. Then, not you
what
personally.
about World War II then?
You
That's
personally.
fine.
Not you
That's
personally. Do you
fine.
understand what I mean? It wasn't our war. The story that's presented to us, which is a load of fucking bollocks, as we all know, it's an absolute load of bollocks. But the story that was presented to us, and all of the mainstream media got on board it, and the whole weapons of mass destruction, a load of fucking absolute bollocks. But if that's the story we're supposed to believe, then where's the gratitude? When was the last time Europe asked America to go to war because something happened on European front? It hasn't happened, mate. The whole
In
NATO
90s.
thing.
Kosovo.
So 25 years ago.
Mate, Americans are raising taxes.
And
on
there was hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that died. And
But the point is, look, as people, again, forget Trump. He's a terrible spokesman. However, all our politicians have been so corrupt that in America...
Yes, I don't disagree with you about...
No, hold on. In America, we're paying for the whole world. Our drug prices, for you guys, drugs
you have the reserve currency of the world. You are the reserve currency. You can print as much money as you want and be as corrupt as you fucking want. Not you personally, again, America, because you have the luxury of being the reserve currency of the world. With that comes responsibility. What doesn't come with it is the right to undermine the sacrifices of the average person's family around Europe, of which thousands of people died because of the bullshit that your ex-governments fucking spewed. Right? Let's get it right. You are the reserve currency of the world. With that comes responsibility. It's not a freebie, and it shouldn't be. But Donald Trump lost all of my respect 1,000 times over when he said that, and he has proven to be a corrupt, dirty little prick since he got in his second time. Everything that he ran on, he is unbelievably unwound. There is no such thing as a manifesto anymore. By the way, I'm not just aiming that at him, because in the UK, Keir Starmer and his fucking treacherous Labour government turned around and said, we're not going to raise taxes, right? Categorically, 100%, we're not going to raise taxes. They lie on their manifesto. And then when they get in, first budget, first chance to do it, they tell another lie. They tell another lie to justify the rationale for breaking the manifesto promise. And there has been no consequences at all for that. What sort of precedent does that set? It means that anybody going forward can now say, we're going to lower taxes, we're going to raise revenue, we're going to shrink, we're never going to go to war, everything's going to be about us, we're going to make everybody right, everyone's going to be well. You can tell all the lies under the fucking world. And as soon as you get into government, when it comes to your first budget, you can just make up more lies to justify the lies on your manifesto. And then when the media say, hang about, that's not what you said, and you lied on your manifesto breach with the Office of Budget Responsibility, and then the Prime Minister can just go, oh, well, sorry about that. I'm not sacking Rachel Reeves. I'm not sacking this person. In fact, I'm going to bring back Angela fucking Rayner. I'm going to bring her back because she didn't pay her taxes and we paid her out 25 grand in compensation for her dismissal, despite the levels of corruption are obscene and the consequences for being caught out with it are non-existent. It sets a horrendous precedent. I can't wait to see the levels of lies that people who are conditioned to give a fuck about the truth, like the reform dude, right? When he gets his chance, he now knows that he can do say whatever the fuck he wants, do whatever the fuck he wants, and when he gets in and the whole fucking house of cards comes tumbling down, he just goes, no consequences for me because there was no consequences for them. Yep. This country is fucked. The world is fucked, and there has to be. For me, I'm genuinely on board a revolution, even though a revolution is never good because you don't want to live through a revolution. A revolution sucks. I'm generally on board it because I'm sick and fucking tired of the bullshit and the lies. I'm so sick of it.
I like this, Sean.
Do you know what? I hope that when William comes in to being king, I hope that they abolish the government, because I feel like it should be an interview process. Because the way that government is run, when you've got someone head of department of, like, say, education, and that person has no fucking clue, right? It should be done on what you've done in your life. It should be someone that's gone from the bottom to the top, that's the best of the game. And it should be an interview process, not a fucking governing process. It's bullshit.
Yeah, on something Eugene said there a minute ago, not to cook Eugene too much, but on the subject of pharmaceuticals and healthcare, the biggest pharmaceutical companies are based out of the UK, and the sole beneficiary for the patent on the COVID vaccine was US pharmaceutical companies. These were the people that created the problem, and they provided the solution. So the amount of European countries that had to pay huge amounts of money for those vaccinations that come into Europe were solely to US companies. So if we're going to go down the route of our poor old America, we don't get free healthcare, think about how much you've damaged European countries with your pharmaceutical products that are forced upon us.
It's just a vaccine, like all the innovation. No, just in general. What's the most
done by American companies?
When you're developing a medication, vaccine, whatever, what's the most expensive thing? It's R&D, right? R&D costs billions.
Surely distribution.
No, R&D. R&D takes decades.
It was 1 year. It was 1 year. So from when the virus come out to when it was actually
like vaccine. I'm talking about in general.
So 1 year research cost more than what it cost to distribute hundreds of billions of vaccines.
Forget the vaccine. I'm talking about for medication.
R&D on a general scale was
on 80%
of the cost of Pfizer's report on their annual report.
Forget the vaccine. I don't know about. I'm just talking about medication.
R&D for sure.
And like Alzheimer's, diabetes.
We don't have free healthcare over here.
Hold on a second.
We pay for our healthcare. We pay national insurance contributions.
So all the medication that's coming out for diabetes, anything else from the United States, because Europe has zero innovation. R&D costs billions and billions. Who pays for that? We pay for that. Even though we produce all, like, most of the medication.
Wait. Sorry, what?
We pay for the R&D. The US citizens. Our drug prices.
Who's R&D? No, you don't. What are you talking about?
Yes, we do. Our drug prices are double and triple.
AstraZeneca isn't paid for by US citizens. What are you talking about?
Our drug prices are double or triple than anywhere in the world. That's why we have to import cheap drugs from Canada. The same medication in the US and Europe.
If you looked at have you looked at the profitability of those companies, mate?
I'm talking about the prices
COVID, those were the most profitable sector.
Your drug prices are artificially inflated because of the economics of the situation.
That's not the point.
No, hang on a second. The NHS has group by privilege. Okay, so they are able to, like, purchase the drugs or whatever at a certain price because they're buying it for an entire country. It's true that you guys pay a higher fee for the drugs, but let's not pretend like the profits of those companies are not obscene.
2.8 times more on average we pay for drugs that we develop.
And your drug prices could come down to the same, to parity with the UK and with Europe, and
less.
still those companies would still make obscene profits.
Sure.
Let's not pretend like you pay for the R&D. The R&D is paid for in the same. There's still profit left in the margin by what the UK government pays for those prices.
But I'm saying,
I'm talking about the contracts that come with them. It wasn't just here's a batch contract. It was here's a 5-year contract. So when they actually bought the COVID vaccines, for example, in the UK, it was the biggest actual pharmaceutical contract ever signed. So when they bought these, most of the European countries, they sign agreements with American companies to completely outweigh any research development that would have happened in the previous 9 months from when the actual virus become knowledgeable to when it was actually provided a solution to. These European, I think that woman we had on earlier on, whatever her name was, the European Union person, she Ursula, whatever her name is, she signed a 5-year contract of vaccinations material for the whole European Union. It was the biggest contract ever signed for any pharmaceutical company. And it went solely to US companies.
But I mean, all the companies that develop new medications are in the US.
Moderna in particular, one that's actually got. Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. Because you're wrong, Eugene. You're absolutely wrong, mate. There is innovation in healthcare all over the planet. And as soon as like a new drug for Alzheimer's or a new drug for this or that, whatever else, as soon as those things become available, they are bought by the monster players because the patent lives on any drug lasts for 25 years. I used to work when I was in the investment banking, I used to handle the pharmaceutical companies as part of my industry split. So I used to understand AstraZeneca, GlaxoSmithKline, Pfizer. I used to know these things inside and out. Okay. Like these companies have 25-year shelf lives on their patents. And as soon as, so that they're desperate, they are desperate to find some small little tech sector in the healthcare, like a small little thing that's focusing on some new drug for whatever else, right? Alzheimer's was the big one. And every time someone gets past the first phase of FSA approval, is it FSA? I forget what they're called. FDA approval. They get snapped up by primarily American companies because that's where the market is generally speaking. But it's exactly the same for GlaxoSmithKline. GlaxoSmithKline's headquarters is about 2 miles from my house, right? And it's the same with AstraZeneca. Like when you say like that the American drug prices pay for the R&D, they don't. The American drug prices offer the profitability of those companies. It's not the same thing.
Obviously, I mean, I'm talking about from the point of the consumer. Obviously, the company can make less money, but the point is, for brand names, we pay 4x, and that's not my whole point. Was not even about that in isolation, right? It's about, again, Trump is a terrible person, this and that. However, if you look at Spain, Greece, Italy, you guys have siestas when the retirement age is down by 55 and not 54. There are riots and protests. Here, people have no health insurance. We have infrastructure is terrible. We have our own issues. On the other hand, we have to give billions to Ukraine, to Israel. We have to pay for NATO. We have to pay higher prices than anybody else. So at some point, average citizen looks around like, hey, why do we need to pay for Europe, who has terrible leadership? Why do we have to pay for Israel, for Ukraine, for other countries?
Why did our guys have to die in your war?
Exactly. That's fine.
Right.
That's fair.
So it's a global conspiracy.
Forget NATO.
Again, we're sitting here talking about the fucking Punch and Judy show, right? We're making out like it's, most people just sit there watching the news and like Punch is saying this, Trump is saying that, and Clinton's saying that, or whatever, right? In reality, it's a puppet show, and the strings are pulled by the demon above, and those people are not Donald Trump, and they're not Hillary Clinton. They're not, and they are fucking the Rothschilds, the fucking, they're the people, the powers that be that hide in the shadows. The guy that's on the shadow that's here on my fucking shoulder, that's the people that are really pulling the fucking strings, And the rest of it is just fucking it's just bullshit. It's all bullshit. Like at the end of the day, the defense companies that pay for the lobbyists for all of the wars, that make sure that every time there's a threat of war, even if there's no actual threat of war, that this has to be the fear of war, which justifies the next ramping up of trillions of dollars into the defense companies. And those defense companies are Lockheed Martin, are Boeing, are Rolls-Royce, are all of these companies that are in the US, the UK, everywhere else, right? Airbus, all these guys that make all the engines, make all the bombs, all of that shit, all of those companies, they're the people that pay for the election campaigns of the president of your country, of the prime minister of ours, and of all of the people in between. Let's not pretend like it's factions of America versus Europe. It's all the same fucking thing, mate. It's all the same thing. There's powers that be behind the scene, and the rest of it is just noise and storytelling. It's theater. It's theater.
You say that, Sean, but did you hear at the, I can't remember what summit it was the other day, did you hear the Canadian, was it the Canadian Prime Minister speak? His speech was fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, he said the New World Order, right? That's the ex Bank of England guy. That's the guy that was the ex Bank of England. He's a fucking raging Fabian. He's a Fabian
an idiot.
member.
He's selling out to China. You think Chinese care? They're going to take advantage of Canada because Chinese think millennia ahead. Those guys are the smartest ones in the room. So if he thinks he's going to do some deals with the Chinese and they're going to benefit, that's crazy.
Mate, Carney was the head of the Bank of England. He's a Fabian. He's a Fabian. You know what a Fabian is? A Fabian is a socialist, right? The Fabian Society, the Fabian Society's emblem used to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Their logo used to literally be a wolf with a sheep's carcass over the top.
Yeah.
Wow.
What does that mean? Right? It means we're going to be saying one thing, but really we're something else, right? They are all rampaging socialists who want. This is the guy who's in charge of the Bank of England, the money supply, the capital.
He wasn't even English. He wasn't even English. He's Canadian.
Not even English, right? But he was head of the Bank of England. Now he's the head of Canada. He's a Fabian. The Fabians are everywhere. 70% of the Labour cabinet of our government right now are Fabians. They are socialists. They want to pull the ladder up. This is why you're seeing all of this tiptoe totalitarian bollocks. Once everyone that's important makes enough money to ride through the storm, everyone that's in the middle classes or everyone that's in the working classes, we're all fucked when the fucking shit hits the fan. And it doesn't matter, Eugene. Carney, the deal. Oh, are they with the Chinese? Are they with the Israelis? Are they with the Americans? They're all in it together, and the rest of it is just noise. By the way, Vladimir Putin was a member of the young founders of the WEF. Like Vladimir Putin, the big bad guy in Russia. Like the big bad guy. He was on the same. He's part of fucking Klaus Schwab and the whole. You know, you'll eat bugs and you'll be happy bollocks.
But that's why, Sean.
And yet the story that we're told in the media is he's the big bad guy. No, he isn't. He's part of the whole. He's part of it.
But that's why, Sean. To me, it's enjoyable when Trump says he's like nonsense. He talks shit.
Have you got that?
Yeah, it goes away when you're on the mobile phone. That goes away, Adam. If you just leave it for 30 seconds or so, it goes away. It's just because you're on the mobile phone. Mine does that too.
It's been doing it for about 5-10 minutes.
Oh, okay. It plays itself in and plays itself back out. I think it's just to do with the StreamYard thing.
What happens?
But yeah, when you're on the mobile phone, it does that for 30 seconds or so.
What happens? What happens?
There's like a real bad distorts. Yeah, it's a really bad crackle. You can barely hear what people are saying, and when a video gets played, it cancels itself back out. But gradually,
it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so I was just saying. So that's why to me it's enjoyable when Trump says he's nonsense or whatever, like that. The reaction from Starmer and Macron and all those, like when he talks shit and when he bullies them. To me personally, I think I wouldn't say he's outside the system, but the way he behaves, yes, he behaves like a bully. But it just, for me personally, it's enjoyable to see them squirm. Macron, Starmer, all of them. To me personally, just the way they've been writing things and the way they've been governing guarding the countries, I enjoy that he's bullying him. That's what hurts
they
me.
are pussy. Yeah, you're right. They are
It's an
pussy.
act. You don't believe it's all an act. Then you don't believe they're all in the background together. You think
Not
it's real?
unless they want to look weak, because they look really weak. So if it's
They
an
change
act,
it. When they look weak, they change them.
Oh, Keir Starmer looks like fucking hell, mate. He looks like a proper limp noodle, doesn't he?
Yeah, they
Macron
change
is even worse.
Weak, they change them.
Yeah,
No, all of them. Like the leadership is a farce. Like I would be embarrassed if like a Canadian.
Yeah, but that's
British,
the part they're playing.
French.
That's their role. They're actors on the stage.
Yeah.
They're not any different from if you watch a soap opera or a TV drama. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
when Phil Mitchell and Grant Mitchell fall out on EastEnders, they're not really angry
I've
with each
known
other.
people that worked in
really their
Houses
names,
of Parliament and told me that they all go in the bar after all the cameras are gone and they're all having a laugh back, patting each other on the back. They play five-a-side football together.
Yeah,
if you think that's reality, then that's part of their trick.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like going to school. When you go into the Parliament, it's like a school of 200 kids. Like imagine going to school with 200 children and not knowing the guy from the other class or not getting on with the guy after school from the other class.
Yeah, they all went to fucking Eton together, didn't they?
Yeah.
Just like
or,
the policies.
or fucking Skull and Bones.
Like,
we got to do a show on Skull and Bones, by the way, because those motherfuckers are all in positions of power on both sides of the hockey. Let me do a couple of super chats, guys. There's a few super chats here. I haven't done them.
Go on, super chats.
Big up to you all. What do we call you, man? Choops.
His name's Chappers, by the way. He said
Chappers.
Yeah,
Chappers. Okay, we'll call you Chappers. Big up to you, Chappers. I love the fact that you're watching that, Johnny boy. I love the fact that that Nikos always knows everything about everyone who's been on the show from the history of the show. I'm too busy.
Chappers before.
How much they've donated.
I'm too busy keeping an eye on how many of these fucking maggers I've had. Not alone Chappers, but my maggers have wired me up. I don't listen now. I feel like I know. This is supposed to be a fun show, but tonight I feel like I've been quite aggressive. I'm sorry if I have. Sorry. I have, have I, Nikos? I've been aggressive, have I?
I'm very proud of you.
Passionate.
Very proud of you.
Okay, it makes me
I like this, Sean.
Yeah, sorry.
Sean, have you ever ordered those magnums and they've turned up and it's like a bag of ice creams instead?
I'll be straight. I would walk down to the shop and start fucking throwing bottles. I was like, what are we doing here? Give me my fucking magnums, you bastard.
How much is one of those little bottles?
Last order of the night.
How much is one of those little bottles in the UK? One of those little magnums orders. How much are they?
$5 or $5.50, something like that. Yeah.
$4.25 I paid.
$4.25. There you go.
You
That's
could
where
have
It's probably going to Glasgow. It's probably going to Glasgow for the
€2. 2 euros. 3 litres. €2.
Do you know that we pay an additional tax in Scotland compared to England on alcohol?
Yeah, but you make it back by getting free everything else. We pay for Scotland on everything, don't we? So,
Nikos,
let's be honest. Scotland takes the piss out of England. They give away free education in university. They get free this, free that, and that. Like the average person in Scotland doesn't contribute to the UK economy. The average English person contributes to the Scottish lifestyle.
My point exactly. Let's have another debate sometime.
So, what did you say, John?
It's just a fact, though.
John, what did you say, John?
In Spain.
No, the ice cream or the cider?
The cider.
Nah, they don't, mate. They don't do cider's not a thing here. Wine's like a euro a bottle for a litre and a half of wine. Like they don't need to sell cider. They sell beer and wine. That's it.
Right, let me do these super chats, guys. Big up to you, Chappers. Thank you very much, mate. Choo to you, buddy. Appreciate you very much indeed, my man. It's good to see you. Mr. Spock's office. Big up to you, mate. This channel provides a platform for discourse. Yeah, not always discourse. Sometimes it's just lunacy. That's what we do.
Any relation to Mr. Box Office?
Yeah, he's his chicken pox friend. Yeah.
You can get Mr. Box Office on here. It'd be brilliant.
Oh, mate, he wouldn't last 2 seconds.
I don't know about that. I don't think this is one for him.
Especially if you had Danny Kaye as well. Can you imagine it?
Danny Kaye's been on this channel once.
I know he has. I was there when he was.
Oh, you
on
were
it.
there. You were there.
Yeah, he was shouting at us, telling us we were delusional because we.
Yeah, and ever since I provided him the mathematical probability stuff, I've never heard anything else from him.
Yeah,
Oh, he's a good lad.
He's a great guy. He's a fantastic guy. But he likes to shoot first, ask questions later. I think.
Delusional butler.
Big up to you. Paul Brown says he's put a €5 notion in the Antarctica fund. Big up to you, Paul Brown. Thank you very much, mate. That was a long time ago, bro.
Thank you.
We're going.
Appreciate you, mate. We're going to go there. Going to go check
He
out.
just wants to send us there and leave us there.
Yeah, well,
I'll do a victory dance when we're there. I'll do a victory dance like this.
A live stream from the Antarctic. We'll get a fucking polar bear or no. We'll get a penguin on. We'll get a penguin on for his commentary.
We'll probably get shot.
It's a new outfit, Sean.
Yeah, I need to get a penguin. I'm getting the waffle costume's been ordered, by the way. If you watched the show earlier, I've got the donut and the flip flop. I need the waffle. I need the waffle option as well.
Are you going to pour a load of maple syrup on yourself and a couple of bacon?
Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Mr.
You need to order the flat Earth hat. You need to order a flat Earth hat as well.
No, I want to get that I genuinely want to get that made as merch for the show. I think you could do it. A white outline around here representing the snow, and then a little bit of blue here and there for the sea, and then the various little sort of landmass things and the flat Earth. No, I think we could do it. I think it'll be a top seller as well. By the way,
I'd buy all of it. I think
we'll go down like absolute house on fire. Mr. Spoxy says you've got mates in the Kurdish community, Eugene.
Go on,
I appreciate it. I have friends everywhere, except actually no,
we're all friends. We're all friends. We just have a disagreement in certain things. That's all. We're all friends.
Can I just say, by the way, before I get to the last one, right? We've had 160 people here. After like the 6th minute, it got up to about 150, and then we've been going for 3 hours and 17 minutes, and it's gone from 150 to 160, 152, 158. Like, we might be losing people, but we're gaining people in equal measure. I've never seen a number stay so consistently for 3 hours, 3.5 hours we've been going, and we're still keeping 160 people. It's fucking phenomenal.
Because of Adam.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Big up to Adam. Now, what I actually think it is that the YouTube algorithm has decided we're not going to show this to new people, but that the people that have been watching have gone, guys, Butler, Nikos, Eugene, these guys are being all anti-Semitic for a minute. Let's go. And then some of them pop in for a minute, and then other people pop.
The people on the watch list now, they're all blacklisted.
Yeah, I think
we got MI5. We got a little bit of Mossad. They're all popping in. Yeah,
I think what it is like they've been waiting 5 weeks for a show, and they're waiting for it all to kick off at some point. So they're like all tuning in, waiting for that moment for it all to kick off.
It's
like like surveillance. When they do surveillance, they're like they've been waiting for like 3 weeks. Silence. Like all the salaries they're getting paid for nothing. Like finally, we're on, boys.
They're back, guys. They're back.
Yeah.
Big up to you, Spoxy. Thank you very much indeed for that. And then a really generous one from Rob Brown, mate. I wish I could give you a choo choo to you personally. Choo choo. Rob Brown, thank you very much, mate. I hope you've enjoyed the show. I guess you have, man, because that's very, very generous. Thank you very much indeed. Very much indeed. How much time have we got left, guys? We've been going for 3.5 hours. We probably should round it off soon, shouldn't we?
Soon, yeah.
One thing.
We're overdue, though. We're overdue for the show, so.
How many members are online, Sean, right now?
I can only see Rob Brown.
Where's Mrs. Marple?
Haven't seen her.
Not been lurking tonight.
Haven't seen her. We offended her a few months ago.
You can't do a members show because now I'm on here live. I'd be losing my bloody
There's no value.
We're not going to pivot to a member show tonight. I've been going 3 hours, 20 minutes. It's past 11 at night here.
Next time.
We're going to keep going, but how much longer have you got in you, guys?
As long as you want, mate. As long as you want.
Not that long.
Can we say
thanks to the mods as well for the great work they do?
Free for 100, Adam. Free for 100, yeah? Let's fucking go, boy! Eugene, how much longer have you got, mate?
Like 20 minutes.
Oh, Oh, Florence is here.
Hey.
Florence here.
Yay!
Oh, there she is. There she is.
There she is.
She's been lurking in the background. John, your girlfriend's here.
My favourite.
How long have you been here, Flo? Have you been lurking?
She's been lurking. She's been lurking.
At least she's watching. At least she's watching. That's the most important. As long as she's watching.
I think I saw her outside my window a little while ago.
On Turkey Cock Lane.
Yeah, right on the bell end.
Turkey Cock Lane.
Fondling the balls.
These dogging sessions.
There she is. We got a super chat again from Finn McMullen. Big up to you, Finn. Thank you very much. He says rabbit hole on Ghislaine Maxwell and the Terramar Company. Shit's wild. You know her and Epstein was obsessed with Atlantis.
Nikos knows. Remember that podcast I sent you, Nikos? It was all about that. Interesting.
Yeah, actually, this actually ties back into Erika Kirk as well. Like her family had something to do with the Terramar project, Terramar Company. We can do one of those on one of the next shows.
Terramar-a-Lago.
Terramar-a-Lago.
Have you ever heard of the two-slip theory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds a bit kinky, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Someone said, "Is that Johnny in Miss Marple's thumbnail photo?" Yes, it is actually.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Miss
Marple.
Marple. If you guys want to are watching at home, want to zoom in, you can see Johnny H with Miss Marple.
Oh,
that's Johnny H.
I'm heartbroken, Mrs. Marple. I'm heartbroken.
Was he wearing his Bianca Jackson jacket there?
he does like a Miss. He does
What,
like
a silver bomber.
Does he go on Last Word on Spurs and go, Ricky? To Ricky Sachs.
Yeah. Oh, guys, Ricky Sachs here. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Good to see you. How are you, my man? How are you, man?
Drew's impersonation of him when he gets excited was absolutely banging.
Oh, Drew. Fuck me. I spoke to Drew just before I came live. I phoned him up because he said, "Can you give me a call?" And he's the nicest guy, right? Drew is you know what? In a world where everyone wants to take everybody else down, in a world where everybody wants to say, this guy's fucking shit, or this guy's a fucking this, that, and the other, Drew goes out of his way to phone you up randomly and just say, I don't need anything. I just wanted to let you know that I was thinking this and about you, and I think that this is why you're fucking. Doesn't just do it to me. Does other people? He's the most he's the nicest guy. It's so rare for people to go out of their way to compliment and to tell people that they think of them or whatever else, unless they're in your family. Like your mum or your dad might do it. Drew Zilla.
No, my mum and dad don't do it.
Do they not?
No,
neither do mine, to be honest. My mum comes around my house every day to take the dog out or whatever else. She's never once watched my channel. Any of them.
Not this one.
None of them. She wants to still know you as you, Sean, I think.
I say you don't watch my channel. Her sister watches my channel, and her sister's son is my cousin, watches the channel. And I'm like, Mum, you never watch my channel. She's like, Sean, I hear you. I hear you all day long talking. I don't need to watch your channel. I hear you talking about it. You're very good at what you do. Congratulations. But I don't need to go and dial in because I can hear you talking. Just fair enough. Absolutely fair enough.
We need Drew on here doing impersonations of the people that we're talking about. So if it's Trump and he can do the Trump voice.
Yeah, mate. Listen, Donald Trump. Drewski. I said to him, we need to have a show either on this channel or somewhere else, just so that he can get his accents out there. He needs an Instagram account with his various accents. They're fucking brilliant. Anyway, so guys, should we do one more video?
Yeah, come on.
All right, random video. Let's have a look where we go.
If you were to go to NASA and download one of their photos of the Earth in the moon sky and put it in Photoshop, okay, drop the saturation and the levels down, you'll see that the Earth has been pasted in, because you'll see a rectangular box around the Earth. It's all fraud. It's all fake. Pretty much everything NASA.
You know what? That's 3 minutes of time we're not going to get back. I can't be able to watch that.
He's quality. Dave Murphy's quality.
Yeah, let's pick a different one. What's this one?
One of, if not the greatest drinker that ever lived. I myself saw him.
Right, that's a banter one. That's nothing to do with conspiracy. What's this one? done that one already. Fuck's sake. Okay, let's go for.
She said the wonderful thing about central bank digital currency is inflation is no longer a problem. If you have inflation, you just freeze everybody's bank accounts. Isn't that wonderful? Okay. So central bank digital currency. Central bank digital, the important thing to understand about central bank digital currency in an all digital financial system is it's not a currency. It's a control grid. Now, the process to implement central bank digital currency around the world is being overseen by the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland. And the Bank of International Settlements is owned by its members. The New York Fed and the Fed are both, the Board of Governors are both shareholders in the BIS. 63 of the top central banks are in the BIS, and they are running a process with a major partnership with the Federal Reserve to implement CBDCs and their prototyping around the world. In 2020, October 2020, there was a panel at the IMF on cross-border payments. Jay Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, was there. Augustine Carstens was there, and Augustine Carstens said the following, and I'm going to play this for you in a second, but I want you to know I was basically raised and trained to be a central banker. I was asked to be a governor of the Federal Reserve and declined. But I was raised that way, and one of the things you're raised to understand is you never, ever, you use pretzel talk. You never explain clearly what you're going to do. You talk in circles. And this was the first time I had ever seen a central banker in English explain exactly what they were planning on doing and why. And I almost fell off my chair. And if you think I almost fell off my chair, you should have seen Jay Powell's face. Okay, so here's Augustine Carstens, 57 seconds, explaining CBDCs.
Our analysis on CBDC, in particular for the use of the general use, we tend to establish the equivalence with cash. And there is a huge difference there. For example, in cash, we don't know, for example, who's using a $100 bill today. We don't know who is using a 1,000 peso bill today. A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that. Those two issues are extremely important, and that makes a huge difference with respect to what cash is.
Was that Peter Griffin speaking with a Spanish accent?
Yeah. No, it was Thomas Frank.
CBDC and digital currency, Lois.
This is a good subject to sort of finish the show off on. But the CBDCs, the actual key technology is owned by a company called Ripple, and they are the beneficiary of XRP, which is one of the cryptocurrencies. Whether XRP is the beneficiary of it is maybe irrelevant at this stage. But at Davos, which was covered a bit earlier on by Adam there, one of the big sponsors of the actual Davos convention this year in Switzerland was Ripple. And Ripple have the infrastructure to provide the CBDC all around the world. These are the people that have actually designed the technology and patented the technology to be able to move cross-border payments for fractions of a cent. You can move. There's a video of Ashton Kutcher doing it on the Ellen DeGeneres show many years ago, like 10 years ago or something, like 2014. And they moved like $5 million from America to an African foundation in seconds, within 3 seconds, and it cost them like 0.002 cents to move it. But the infrastructure, if you ever get any opportunity to buy the Ripple IPO, if they ever IPO that company, you buy that company, because the CBDC will be the infrastructure of complete domination and control.
Yeah. Stick clear of central banking digital currencies as much as you can, or at least make as much money in the short term. Guys, I just want to ask you this. There's a I see someone in the chat saying that the Epstein files are wild.
Elon was in there, apparently. Elon was in there.
I've got a little article here. This is from The Guardian. So say what you want from it. But he's saying his early take on it. He says Elon Musk had more extensive and more friendly communications with the financier and sex offender Jeffrey Epstein than previously publicly known, according to documents released on Friday by the Department of Justice. Emails in the files appear to show the two coordinately messaging each other on two separate occasions to make plans for Musk to visit Epstein's island. The documents include Musk and Epstein emailing in both 2012 and 2013 to determine when Musk should make the trip to Little St. James. Neither exchanges appear to have resulted in Musk visiting the island due to logistical issues.
So what are you
Will
talking
be
about?
in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? Musk states on the 13th of December. Any day, 1st to 8th. Play it by ear if you want. Always space for you. Epstein replies. Musk then sends several emails relaying his schedule, and the two settle on the 2nd of January as a date for the visit. The email exchange ends with Epstein telling Musk that he would need to remain in New York and sending his regrets that they could not meet. Bad news, unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. I was really looking forward to finally spending some time together with just fun as the agenda. So I'm very disappointed.
30,000 documents and see how many times Elon Musk names pops up in there and see what Eugene's got to say.
Okay, hold on. Is this like BBC Guardian stuff? Look, when was it?
This is the Guardian.
Hold on. To educate you guys, first of all, probably every scientist, politician, whoever is going to be on that list, because everybody were in contact with Epstein. When was he convicted of child trafficking?
2010. So anything that happened after that, they were hanging around with someone that was known to be a.
I mean that's an issue. But all I'm saying is, like, everybody who was anybody in New York or within these circles were in contact with Epstein. So unless there's a crime,
why were they, right? Why were they? Zoran Mamdani's director mother.
Yeah, like everybody's there. So that's why nothing is going to come out, because everybody's going to be.
Zoran Mamdani's film director mother, Miri Nair, was mentioned in the newly released tranche of Epstein files. Her name was included in a 2009 email. Okay, well that's before he was known. Listen, we're too late in the night to be able to go through that shit now. We'll wait until the next show. But
do you remember though? Do you remember though, Sean, when you were talking one night? Do you remember one of the episodes of where the possibility of everyone bringing everyone down? Do you still think that that's a?
Go on. So what was that?
Yeah, well, one of the rabbit hole shows one night is where like this person's got this on that, they've got this on that, and you went, could you? I remember the conversation was like, could you imagine if they all just decided to just all fucking bring each other down at the same time? It would just be like a.
Oh, it'd be amazing. It'd be amazing. It would set the world alight. Yeah. The problem is, listen, even if it's not just a protectionist play, right? Even if there are certain people that are in positions of power that didn't do anything wrong, and I'd probably lean towards women. I'd say that most men are corruptible with sexual bribery, not necessarily pedophiles, but like most men are more susceptible to bribery in that vein than I think women are. Some women are just fucking lunatics as well, for sure. But I'd say that if you were to guess, which of the people had less, which of the sexes had less, corruptible information, I'd say women probably. Right, I don't think they worked to the same sort of the same on an average scale to the same standards as men.
Yeah,
but I still believe that there might be a situation where not everybody's implicated, but whereby they look at the situation and say, you know what? If all of the truth was to come out, if the serious truth was to come out, and let's say of the 500, the S&P 500, let's say 200 of the CEOs or 300 or whatever else have got themselves into a fucking sticky hot water situation, and then someone goes, you know what, dead man switch this bollocks, fuck it, I've got everything on you, you've got everything on me, I'm going to put a bullet in my mouth in a minute anyway, I'm going to pull the fucking switch and everything's going to come out. I genuinely think that it would take down the S&P 500. Right, if all of the CEOs of all of the biggest companies in the world were suddenly considered to be pedophiles or rapists, or sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Damn it! I'm gonna get monetized now, demonetized. But you understand my point, right? If all of that stuff was to come out, then the valuation of the S&P 500 would drop 50%. And you know what happens then? All of the pension funds, everybody's like, what? Sorry, I'm too drunk now. Lubo, sorry, Eugene. What's the name of the what's the name of the pension funds thing in America? It's the something 4100. No, what's the phrase? What's the name?
401k.
401k. Thank you. Sorry, mine's gone. But if all of that stuff is invested in stocks and shares, right, the whole thing comes down. The economy collapses. So there's a legitimacy to the notion of this stuff can't come out, not because we're trying to protect people that are bad people from being exposed, but because if it all came out, the entire economy would absolutely collapse. I think there's a legitimacy to that fear for me.
But I still don't think that anyone would get charged. I think they'd all get away with it.
No, that might be true, but I'm just saying, let's just say somewhere there was some maverick who went, I've got everything on everyone, right? And I'm gonna get it out. And like, there's someone that's the editor of some magazine, some newspaper, and they had all of the proof everywhere. And they went, bosh, bang, and it was like the geezer that had the Wikipedia thing. No, not the Wikipedia, the
Snowden,
WikiLeaks, Snowden stuff, right? Let's say there was Snowden out there, and you could deliver everything to Snowden, and Snowden just went, bosh, let's just let it go. And there were pictures, there were videos, there was everything, and it was like, bosh, Elon Musk seen in a room with some fucking 16-year-old, 15, whatever, right? And then the next guy, Clinton, and then Trump, and then Keir Starmer, and Tony Blair, and Bill Gates, and it was just like bosh, 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 and everyone was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh! If all of that happened, and it got to the point where it was just the entire corporatocracy was suddenly exposed for what was really going on, and there was Satanism and Luciferianism and rituals and all of this shit, and then everybody that was just like, oh my god, this world is not what we thought it was. It's run by what David Icke said. It's run by pedophiles and Satanists. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. If that actually came out, the entire economy of the world would collapse, because the share prices of those of all of the pension funds would just, it would be chaos. So there is, like, as much as it's probably horrendous, to a degree you almost don't want to know.
You know what it is? A lot of it. I recommend. So Sean Rand's show. He had a former ex-KGB agent. This woman who was the sex spy. The former KGB. Then she escaped. Now she's whatever. So she was talking about how all that stuff gets done, right? How, like, the honey traps, everything else. So again, I'm sure there was a lot of crime, a lot of sex trafficking, but a lot of it, like, you see Bill Gates flying to an island, or like all these like nerds or whatever. A lot of it is just, hey, let's have some drinks. Oh, do you want to massage? You know what I mean? Let's take a picture of you with this girl, and they have like no idea. And then they get a picture in the mail saying, hey, if you don't do what we say, we're going to publish it. Doesn't mean they did anything terrible, right? There are a lot of ways to get people to do what you want. So in that Epstein files, I'm sure they're like 80% of the people there, they're probably innocent of crimes. They're just were, in those circles.
Sure.
So
what's that blonde chick who's pretty hot, who's Donald Trump's what's her name?
Pam Bondi?
Yeah, that one. She came out and said, there's thousands of videos.
Yeah,
there's thousands and thousands of videos, right? And then it involves child sex, all that stuff. And then you can't, we can't show that stuff, but there's thousands. We're going through it bit by bit. And then all of a sudden, Cash Patel or whatever his name is, and the other one, Dan Bongino said, they'll go, yeah, we're going through it all. And then all of a sudden, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. And then all of a sudden, like, that was like, and then Donald Trump said, oh, are people still interested in that? Yeah, we are. And then all of a sudden, Bongino quits. And then all of a sudden, the first wave comes out. So what are we supposed to believe, right? There were thousands of videos. That involved child sexual exploitation. Yeah. Then suddenly there was nothing. Then suddenly there is something, but we're still not aware of what that the first thing that she said was, which we now are led to believe was true in the first place. I'm just like, we're never going to, obviously no one would want to see it, but in an ideal world, I still want to know what was on the fucking laptop of Joe Biden's kid, Hunter Biden, because the stories that came, the rumors that came out from that on Fox News, the geezer Giuliani, Mayor Giuliani went on Fox News and said, if that came out, it's horrendous. He said it's horrendous. He insinuated that Hunter Biden allegedly went to China and had to beat up some sort of 12-year-old Chinese girl, and obviously also do compromising stuff, so that Joe Biden his family was compromised, so that the Chinese had something on him, and they were more than willing. He was more than willing to do it because it meant that they got, a $10 million or $100 million payoff or whatever else, right? All of that shit is true, isn't true, is true, isn't true, is true, isn't true. And then what that blonde woman was saying, they've got all these thousands of videos. Sorry, there's nothing to see here. There's something to see here. Bongino quits. Kash Patel is still there, but it's going to quit. Suddenly more and more's coming out. It's all true. It's all fucking true. And I'm just saying that if it actually came out, it would take down the entire system. It would be Fight Club, the final scene of Fight Club, where what's his name? Where Brad Pitt goes, watch the fucking show, and all of the bank buildings just go, the whole thing comes tumbling down. Do you guys want to exist in a world that is after that? For sure. Do you want to live through the world when that shit happens and all of your crypto, Nikos, and all of your silver, Eugene, and whatever savings you've got, Adam and John, and all of our mortgages, and all of our bonds, and all of it just goes kaput? There is chaos. Like, you can't get eggs anymore. You can't get bread. Not because you can't afford it, but because all of your neighbors are taking out a gun or a knife and they're going to fight you to the death for the last loaf. That's the shit that happens between now and the post-revolution. Do you want to live through that world?
Do you know?
I don't know.
Do you know how we're going to know it's true? If just
I
Lane
personally think
gets a
that
pardon,
if it all came
we'll know
out,
it's true.
nothing would change.
Yeah, probably. People are too
And
weak.
I think that what you're saying that we're going to end up like is inevitable anyway.
Yeah, true.
That's just my opinion.
That laptop you mentioned there, like the Biden laptop, Donald Trump has referred to it as the laptop of hell, like on 20 or 30 occasions in front of the whole country. The laptop from hell.
Yeah, but someone's probably done a Breaking Bad on that.
I'm intrigued to know what's on it.
You know what's on it, Nikos. You know what's on it.
Well, I think I know what's on it.
The worst things that you wouldn't think were possible.
If everyone sees it, then maybe we'll get some accountability for all this shit. But yeah, mate, burn the crypto, burn the silver, let it all burn. Are we poor again?
You know what happened? Just as that was arriving, just as that shit was starting to bubble up, just as Donald Trump was arriving 10 years ago into the zeitgeist as a potential political figure that was promising us to be like the anti-elite, you know what else bubbled up at the same time? Fake news, deep fakes, AI, all of this shit was rushed through so that when shit really does happen, when Frazzle Drip finally gets exposed, it's not real. It's not real. And then the average person that doesn't want to watch this shit, that still wakes up every day and sticks on Jeremy Vine at 9 o'clock and GB News or whatever else, right? They're all going to sit there and go, no. That's just AI. It's just AI because they have cognitive dissonance. They don't want to know. They don't want to wake up to the world where they realize that they have been lied to their entire life. That's the reality. They don't want to know that the world is run by Satanists. They don't want to know that we didn't land on the moon. They don't want to know that 9/11 was an inside job. They don't want to know that the people that say, give me your money, I'll make you safe, are the people that are making you fearful. They don't want to live in that reality because it's scary.
But also it means that they questioning it means that they're then in a position to question their own judgment.
They don't want to, they don't make... I love my dad to pieces, right? He was my hero growing up. He's had more boosters than a fucking dwarf at a fucking restaurant table, right? He's like jabberoo. Okay. The idea that the COVID vaccine was what gave him cancer is like he could never get on board that. It would be absolutely like it would be catastrophic for his mindset, his worldview. And everybody out there to some degree is terrified of the reality. And you know what? I'd actually be terrified of the reality. If I actually knew, if there was like catastrophically clear-cut evidence that everything that you knew, everything you've grown up respecting, adhering to, obliging, behaving, and condoning, everything is one big giant fucking lie to some degree. And if those Epstein files are fully exposed to the like the truest extent, it would make everybody question their worldview, not just the people that are currently doing this, but even us. We go, holy fucking shit. Holy shit. I don't think the kind of consequences of that are worth living through personally. I'm not sure.
It will not get exposed. Look, Ghislaine will get a pardon by Trump, and I'm sure it's gonna be like, I'll pardon you if you keep quiet. The reason why she's still alive is because if she dies, she probably has a dead man switch somewhere that all the stuff is gonna come out. So that's why he died, she's still alive, and she was the one in charge. She'll get a pardon, and it's gonna go away. It's gonna die in a year or so. There's so many people implicated. It's gonna bring down, Sean, as you said, the financial systems. It's gonna bring everything down. So people, the powers that be, will make sure nothing of importance, of substance, comes out.
And it's actually funny. Kept her mouth shut where Epstein wasn't going to, and that's why he ended up that way. I think that's my opinion.
But the funny thing is, my case against conspiracies is, when we think the governments are so sophisticated and people are so smart, the fact that you can take a redacted file, Epstein file, copy and paste, and see the actual, like what's behind the blacked out whatever, the ink, is complete incompetence. So a lot of the people who work for those governments are incompetent and are too dumb to keep secrets or conspiracies.
The thing is, there's so many documents. Like, I looked into some of those because it's all digital. They have to they digitally retracted it. So like, it's not like it's actually blacked out on the actual document. What they've done is they blacked out on the digital PDF, and there's a way where you can actually just copy it as if the black box isn't there. You can just copy it.
Yeah, but that's silly. Anybody who knows anything would be like
massive incompetence. But it's possible. Like, I've been doing it myself. Like, you can actually copy, paste it into a Word document and see what's there. So like the stuff they think they've blacked out, they've not even got the common sense to realize actually people.
The biggest mistake they made with that, someone on Instagram found that early.
There's an account for it. There's an account on TikTok that does it. So,
that won't happen with this current latest drop.
Yeah,
they will have learned their lesson. They made a mistake on the first drop. They won't have learned it.
But then what are they dropping?
Super quickly, Scott. Before you laugh at things like that, mate, you should go and look at the accelerated levels of cancer diagnosis since COVID. Before you laugh at that shit, mate.
That's weird laughing. That's crazy.
I don't care about the fact that he thinks that I'm crazy. That's fine. But by the way, this channel's probably not for you, mate. Because I know you, Scott, as a person, and you're someone that probably just toes the line. But
10 years ago, the word turbo cancer wasn't even in the vocabulary, but now it's something that you get diagnosed with in hospital hundreds of times a day.
100%.
Turbo cancer. Oh, okay, mate.
Yeah, long COVID.
It's a sad subject. It's a very somber subject, to be honest. Like it's very like relatable to everybody, probably even this panel.
Yeah, my point is just that like there's certain people out there that just toe the line, and they live in a worldview where they think that their government is like taking their tax because they know how to best spend it to keep you safe. But the notion that actually the people that are employing them are creating the situations in which you're unsafe and then justifying it to take away more of your freedoms and more of your money. Like if that is like not your worldview, if you can't get your head around that that's a possibility, then I think you're a fucking idiot. And I think that you need to like, I don't know, this channel is probably not for you because like I get frustrated by people that think that people like us are idiots. When in reality, to me, if there was someone out there that could put a gun to my head, like legit, and said, I know the truth about 9/11, or I know the truth about COVID, was it as the story was told to you? Yes or no? Pick your answer. And if you get it right, you get to live. If you die, you get it wrong. Then I would absolutely pick that COVID was a lie and that 9/11 was an inside job. And I think I'd still be alive if that person was being sincere, if they knew the answer. And if other people think that people like us are fucking idiots, then this channel isn't for them.
Like, what I've realised is actually over these last few years is people that put comments like that in there, it's people that have taken the vaccine that are still in denial about it. So they're actually at that point of like cognitive dissonance where they're just like, they don't want to believe that that's true. It's not that they're just so stupid, they just refuse to see the facts. So they're taking
a good one for your.
They don't want to see it.
They
don't want to feel like they've been mugged off. They don't
want to admit to themselves that they got fooled. That's what it is.
A good one for a future episode, Sean, is what's the people that do the autopsies? There's been certain people that have been hushed about the stringy stuff.
Yeah. They're the I know what you mean. The people that had the COVID jab that then died with weird.
They've noticed since then. Yeah, people that
There's
have had that. These
John McLooney.
stringy...
There's like the most outspoken one. Sorry, Adam, is John McLooney. I think his name is, or John something Looney.
I think I think you're the one I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, he owns a funeral home, and he's been ever since 2020. He's been documenting the build up of these things inside the blood vessels, which is the graphite oxide, which is all like combobulated inside of the vessels, which has eventually caused either a seizure in the brain or a seizure in the heart. And he's been documenting it, speaking about it. He's been bribed off, and he still to this day puts his information out there for free. At some point, he will probably be killed. But I think his name's John O'Looney. I think his name is actually John O'Looney. But you can find him on X and stuff like that. But yeah, he's just a regular guy who does a regular job, very crap job, to be honest, being a funeral director and stuff. But he's put his neck on the line. He was actually called into government to actually be part of the cover-up, and he actually exposed the fact that he was actually invited in to be part of this cover-up story. Yeah. And I'm surprised they haven't killed him yet, to be honest. I'm actually surprised they've not killed this guy yet.
I think it's because he wasn't pushing the narrative as like he wasn't trying to preach about it. He was just he's very gently spoken, isn't he? Is that it? Must be the same person we're talking about.
Yes, I'm sure he's got like, I think some Milton Keynes or somewhere in the middle, like Midlands in the UK. But he's just a little guy that owns a funeral home that spoke about it. But he's got such a big sort of following now. I think it's got to a point where it's like risky for them to take these kind of people out, because if you take him out, there's more questions. So you let this guy.
That's not being funny though. That when you look at this is why I didn't take a vaccine, because you look at the vaccines that you have when they're things that have been tried and tested over 10s, 20s, 30s, 40s, all these years, you know, and you trust that, because if kids are getting them jabs when you grow, you know, like no one's going to let someone have a jab that's just been discovered after 2 minutes and there's not been no longevity of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it used to be a very small, profitable business, like giving kids like non-toxic vaccinations was a business, but it wasn't a lethal business, which is why when we were kids, we used to be given like 4, 8 or whatever it was when we were kids.
TB, rubella, all that shit.
But in more recent times, it's been hijacked by these big companies that have bought these vaccination companies and bought these pharmaceutical companies, and they found a way of actually making big money out of it, but also continuing the depopulation program that they've all sort of aligned with in their secret societies. Because I used to have a big investor that I used to work with who was a multi-millionaire in Germany, and he was putting in 500,000 a year into a depopulation program, and this was in the early 2000s. So this has been going on for
the biggest, most obvious thing I've ever seen was when they came out with the slogan "Trust the Science."
Yeah,
that to me was the biggest psyop, right? Because they make out like science is impenetrable, it's truth, it's fact, it's all this stuff. When actually, science isn't. The pursuit of science is not the pursuit of truth; it's the removal of falsehoods. Right? That's reality, right? Science is the process, the methodological process of removing falsehoods from a theory, moving towards truth. But you never get to truth because you always leave room open for things to shape a new dynamic. So people say that science is truth. No, it's not. It's the removal of falsehoods. But either way, trust the science, which is what was brought in during COVID, and it's what's been used ever since. It's not like you're not trusting the science. You're trusting the scientists, right? And scientists are human beings. Just like the idea that the police don't lie. Like if the police's testimony is an expert witness, why is it? What, because as soon as they put on a uniform, they're suddenly refrained from lying. The fact that they don't make mistakes, it's a load of bollocks. Same with scientists, right? Scientists are corruptible, and they're actually the easiest caliber, the easiest class of people to corrupt because
they're grants.
Well, because they get their money from one source. They get funding. If you're a business owner, you can have multiple clients, hundreds of clients, thousands of clients, right? And then if you lose one of them because you don't do what they say, don't worry, you've still got 99 others.
A scientist can be closed down overnight.
If a scientist doesn't do what they're told by their single source of funding, guess what? They don't get funded anymore.
And they get closed down
this
overnight.
notion of like trust the science, what you're really saying is trust the scientists, which is the least valuable thing you want to do, because those people have bills to pay like everybody else, and they're going to do what they're told, because if they don't do what they're told, they're going to lose their funding.
They used a lot of NLP propaganda in those campaigns. They spent millions on that. They got experts in NLP, hypnotherapy, all sorts.
What's NLP?
Neuro-linguistic programming.
Okay.
So they knew what they were doing. I mean, if something's that serious, you need to be convinced about it.
Yeah.
Like if your house is on fire, would you need an expert to come and tell you to get the fuck out of there?
One of the things that's quite interesting, John, is like back in the sort of 2020s, I had a lot of doctor clients, and these doctors started to have lots more money to invest, which was quite interesting at the time. And up until that point, doctors were quite poor. I didn't have any doctor clients. But in 2020, 2021, I got so many referrals for doctors. I'm like, what's going on here? And I was speaking to one of the doctors in particular, and I remember he was an English doctor based in the UK, NHS. And they were getting £8,000 extra a month just for meeting a quota for promoting a particular product. And it wasn't necessarily
so bad, isn't it?
It wasn't the COVID one. It was something to do about kids. It was to do with a kids pharmaceutical program. And they basically, long story short, these doctors decided to compromise their morals on what they thought was in the best interest of actually a patient well-being, as opposed to receiving an extra £8,000 a month. So these doctors would get an extra 80,000 to 100,000 a year, which was nearly twice what their actual annual salary was, just to promote a product blindly. So somewhere along the line, there's been this massive conflict of interest from these doctors that were actually generally interested in the well-being of their patients, into actually, do you know what, this is about money, and I can either make $4,000 a month or I can make $12,000 a month. So they
that person's like a test. They're like a test person, aren't they?
They just decided not. They decided not to care. They decided not to care. And this is on all of the doctors. When we was all clapping for the NHS and banging our pans, these guys were raking it in, but they didn't know what they were doing. They just assumed, trust the science, that what they was being told was correct. And a lot of these doctors have now committed suicide, or retired from being doctors, have lost their licenses.
Those that spoke out were completely silenced. They lost their license to practice medicine. Guys, we've literally been going for 4 hours. Should we give it a wrap, because it's the longest show ever, and I'm fucking smashed out of my skull right now.
Fucking good boy.
It's also midnight. I think it's the perfect time to say farewell. Guy, we've got a couple more super chats I haven't done. Big up to everyone. Big up to everyone. Finn McMullen, big up to you. Oh, we've done this one already. Sorry, Finn, we've done this one. Thank you very much for that one. Ian Anderson has said, great show. Big up to you, Ian. Appreciate you, my man. Appreciate you so much. And Mr. Spock's office come back in for one more. Says, good morning, Mr. Beale. They tell me you're a madman.
He's talking about when we said like EastEnders, and he's like watching politics.
Yeah, 100%. There you go. Big up to you, Spoxy. Appreciate you, mate. Guys, fantastic show. Welcome back to the rabbit hole. We've had 150 people here, give or take, the entire night. It's dropped up 5 or down 5 the whole way. New best numbers. Loved it. Appreciate everybody. Eugene, you okay, my man?
I'm good. Oh, sorry,
he's looking at his market stuff.
Oh no, market is already closed. No, I'm just.
What is silver close at? What is silver close at?
No, just researching. No, I'm good show. I'm just exhausted researching, but yeah, we've covered a lot of things. Now this whole like vaccine stuff, it's a tough one to end on because a lot of opinions there. So that's why I'm not going to say anything else.
No, listen, I hear you, mate. I hear you. Like I say, I know a lot of people lost a lot of people from it.
I mean, I got sick after. Again, there's no proof that obviously I can't say it's tied to that, but who knows? So
yeah,
but
listen, on this channel though, we do cover a lot of controversial topics. I've had to call out the chat a couple of times already, and it is what it is. That's what we do here. But it's all in the good spirit of finding, I don't know, not necessarily truth, but finding I don't know,
asking questions. At least I haven't got
finding comfort or finding not happiness but contentment, maybe trying to settle yourself down with the way the world works. I'm not sure.
Mate, long after all we're gone, long after all of this panel have gone, mate, these videos will last on YouTube forever.
Oh God, no!
That's terrifying.
Yeah,
it's terrifying, but
it
true.
ain't so.
Shit.
Yeah. Scrub.
Kiss goodbye to any future career, guys. We are fucked.
Mate, there's even a website today called the Wayback Machine where you can go and find stuff that doesn't exist anymore and has been scrubbed from the internet. So, we're going to be here forever. We're here for eternity. So maybe we're pioneers, maybe we're jokers. But either way, history will be the revealer.
I'm fucked.
Big up to you. Anyone got anything they want to plug or any final thoughts?
Want to plug? What, like a bar?
Yeah, sure.
And on that note,
thanks for having me on.
Adam, you've been great, mate. You've been great. Yeah. Thank you very much, man, for coming on. Brilliant.
Adam, you are now part of the show.
Yeah.
You've got
I'll add you into the WhatsApp group, mate. I'll add you into the WhatsApp group.
I've loved it, and as I said to the girl I lost my virginity to, thanks for laughing.
We're going to have her on next time.
Yeah, bring her on. See what she says. Yeah. That's a conspiracy.
Is her name Helga?
Exactly.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
All right, boys. I gotta run.
Love you, everyone. Thanks, everybody. Speak to you soon. See you in the next one. Bye.
Take care, guys.